Test. Oh, there we go. Do a lot with a little, like in my case, I do not have much hard drive space.
Ah, wanted more, did you?
Yeah, that's weird. You did redeem that already, but thank you very much, Big Wooden Bridge. And since we're chatting, hello Fuzzy Nut, hello Luna Sky, hello Awkward DJ, hello Jellif. It's very good to see all of you. Choose your weapon, the mind. See, now that's funny actually, because I genuinely have tricked people into death before, so that's possible. Tie. I don't think there are any ties in chivalry. There's probably like a noose at some point, but you can't use that as a weapon. Getting back into 40, everyone's getting back into 40k. I should just be on the screen, shouldn't I? I should just be here. Let me turn the very nice music down so it's not distracting. Hello. Yeah, so I used the backup computer yesterday to use Disco Elysium on the basis that it wouldn't be graphically a problem, but it turns out it was. And actually my original computer seems fine. Although I don't know to trust that necessarily, because when I was trying to do Chivalry 2 the other day, it was just like crash, 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 and then I closed Chivalry and it was still like crash, crash, crash. So I don't know what is the reason. I don't know what causes more crashes other than I know it's graphically related and it's inconsistent. So you know, getting a new graphics card is. I am 100%. I'm 70% sure we'll solve it. There's this 30% of me that's like, yeah, but what if it's not? What if it's not the solution? But hello everybody. Yes, this is a Tuesday. In keeping with Monday's traditions of having just all of the technical issues, which is weird because I streamed on Sunday, so like, yeah, no, Monday's stream fell apart, and I just spent an hour just sort of like treading water until I was like, let's get on with it. But it turns out that not only can I run Disco Elysium, I was running multiple programs. I actually made a second Twitch channel called Hues of Rosemary 2, where I just, because I wanted to see actually uploading it as I was playing these games to see if it crashed, and it was fine. Even Chivalry was fine, which is weird because Chivalry wasn't fine before. I don't understand it. It's a problem I'm not going to have to understand once the graphics card comes here. Oh, and also, good news on that front. I should have called it Twos of Rosemary, you're right. Good news on that front. I received a message. Hi, Rosemary. We received an RTX 3080 yesterday, but no contact details or any information. That's not true. I did send some information. I don't know how they didn't get it. But they did send me this picture. This doxable? Nah, it's fine. That they took, which is, I wrapped it and stuck a little heart on it. Yeah, we'll be in touch in the next day or two. So that's great. So I thought they would get it on Thursday. So presumably they'll start working on it on Thursday. They're in Essex, you know, they're pretty close to London. They're one of the few places with that can do micro soldering. Sorry, I'm just moving the ring light. So I imagine they probably have a bunch of things they have to work on. But I'm excited. They contacted me through WhatsApp because I actually originally contacted them through WhatsApp to ask if it would work. So I think they were just like, this seems like similar information. What do they mean no contact information? I'm like, I taped it in there. It's in there. No, I taped it so securely, and I got bubble wrap and everything, and I ended up using all the bubble wrap in the end. And I got this special box from the Royal Mail where it tells you where to fold it all in, and I was like, there's no possible way that anyone's getting into this without it taking them a very long time to do, because this thing is expensive. My whole life is on this. Don't tell the other streamers, they'll intercept it, and it's not, it's a joke. Oh. It's good to see everybody. Disco Elysium. We talked a lot about Disco Elysium yesterday, so I think we just get into it once I read the chat. Getting banging 40k, getting into orcs. I have a 1990s set, like a 1994 or something set of orcs, where they're made to look German for some reason, and they've got big fucking spiky hats. But just for fun, because I saw a picture of them because for some reason it was in some manual or something where I was like, I bet I could paint these, even though I think I picked them up. Where did I get them? No, just by weird chance. I never got into 40k, but my uncle had some 40k and it was like, do you want this? Because I don't. And I was like, yeah, sure, I've got Warhammer. And I think it was an old set and it had orcs in it. And I was like, oh, I have a couple of these that I picked up from... There used to be these shops, I don't know if it probably still exists, where they would just have a big tray and you could just take models and pieces out that had otherwise got lost from whatever set they were on, or they'd been sold on by someone else. And I would just pick things out. And I can't remember if I got orcs from that, or it might have been that someone gave me a bunch of Warhammer that had a couple of orcs in. So I just painted them to see how it could go, and it looked pretty good. Called 40k because that's how much it costs. Yeah. If you got a 3D printer, you can have any Warhammer you want. I got loads of Lord of the Rings Warhammer. You know, it is kind of fun to sort of see the bandwagon a little bit, and I'm like, should I knock out my should I get out my orcs? The problem is the Lord of the Rings Warhammer is so much smaller than the 40k stuff. It's like half the size. Like Gandalf is like that big versus like I guess that's probably not that much different actually, but because I don't know, this you know, the hands are small and the faces are small, so there's like it's actually quite hard to get detail on it. Oh, I'd really like to get to paint my Easterlings again. I don't have the same teenage enthusiasm that I had for Lord of the Rings, but it's still kind of exciting. So I don't know. I got a bunch of Rohan, but why did I get Rohan? I think it's because my sister wanted some Rohan but didn't want to own it. So I was like, I bought some Rohan. I also bought some dwarves. Oh, basically my granddad died and left me 1,000 quid, so I spent it on a bunch of Warhammer that I didn't even paint. Thanks, granddad. I'll forever remember you by not painting this Warhammer, by just gluing it together, and that's it. But no, my first ever set was like a big Minas Tirith set. I originally was gonna buy like a catapult or something, and the person at the store was like, no, you want to start with like some people first, I think. Which it's very easy to paint the Minas Tirith because it's grey underneath their armor, and then it's silver on their armor, and then it's like pink faces, brown hair, brown weapons. That's brown shoes. That's it. Very, very few number of paints needed. Is yours a squad of Soriatus? I don't even know how to say that. Hi, Whiskey. It's very good to see you. We were talking about Warhammer a little bit at the moment. Become a high woman and rob your graphics card. Please don't. Jello, if I offered you this shitty graphics card that's broken and isn't that much better than your current graphics card, and you turned it down, so you had your opportunity to steal graphics cards. No, I might send it. There's this trans place in South Wales that repairs things. I might just send it to them and see if they want to keep it. I don't know. I got a lot of parts that I've saved. I've got some RAM sticks that like. How easy is it to fix a RAM stick? I don't know. Gamer Fiend was saying I should see if I can put those parts into my £30 computer as like a thing to show off in my stream. I'm like, I'm not as crafty as he is. He's doing Warhammer. Roscoe's doing Warhammer. I'm sure there's loads of people that I've not even thought about. There's lots of small streamers do Warhammer that I follow. That I don't watch, and they're not because they're bad or anything. I only have so much time, and I do have a good habit of going to the same streams because I'm like, oh, my friends are in here. I think it is good to try and reach out and try and get into a stream that you wouldn't normally get into because you'll be really surprised. Warhammer, yeah, Warhammer's sweeping Twitch. Hi, Callum, good to see you. Graphics card would be like putting a Mickey Mouse plaster on a massive gaping wound. The thing is, it might just cause you the same problems that I'm having. Which would be worse if your graphics card functions. Then there's no you might as well just, if you're gonna get a new one, you might as well get like a new one. I saw Edinburgh's Nicest Boy also is getting a new. I should shout him out. Edinburgh's Nicest Boy. I haven't watched his stream in ages, and not because I've not been avoiding it. Just something about my... I think... it's because he's got, like, sleep stuff going on. I think his, like, schedule's all over the place. But then so is mine. These days I wake up, I have 2 alarms. I have one at 9 a.m. and one at 12, which sounds quite late, but it actually works really well for me because I wake up at 9 and go, I can sleep for 3 more hours. And then I wake up at like 11:50 and I go, I should probably wake up soon. Need a PC, but I don't think I ever will. There's gotta be cheap ways to get what you need. Yeah, just because I know this is the shitty Dell computer that can only do one thing at a time and couldn't do anything else. But they only cost £30, right? So a computer better than that, it shouldn't cost that much more, right? Right? She says. I used to use this site called I still use this site called Logical Increments. Let's get it up on the screen actually. Where you can... Oh, where'd I go? I forgot to add me back onto this screen. Hang on. Let's just set it to the right thing first. Now, yeah. So it will sort of tell you what's the cheapest you can make a computer with the best parts, essentially. So you could make a very shit computer for £330. When I say that, that's quite a lot of money. Mine is a bit more in the... Like, I'll take some parts from further down and then I'll take other parts from further up. And it'll give you an Amazon link, and that's kind of how they make their money. But what you want to do is get the fucking name of it. And then, hang on, I'm going to change screen so it doesn't dox me. Is you go to eBay and you just type the thing into eBay and it doesn't give you anything because you put too much information. And then you do it again. You don't want that because that's 99 pence. That's a brand new one. £199. How much was it on Amazon? Please tell me. It was like, okay, it was less money on Amazon, so never mind. But it's good to shop around like that. Personally, with the one exception being the power supply unit, I think you should just buy parts off eBay. It's very rare to have a power supply problem, but that's the only thing that can really fuck anything up. Everything else is fine. Hi Hammond Express, very good to see you. Oh, I should give you a shout out. Hammond Express. I think you still have... That's Hammond Express. Sorry. Hammond Express. I think you still have first badges, right? Because I saw someone buy a sub and get a first badge and I was like, oh, I don't have any money at all whatsoever right now.
Wanted more,
Oh, never mind. I guess I do now. Thank you, Cal, for giving me the Prime Gaming sub. And saying pasta, which didn't make pasta appear on the screen, which it should have. Yeah, no, Hammond Express, lovely little person, also from Yorkshire, so I think I'm supposed to...
Pasta?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be... Pasta, we're supposed to be aligned, because we're from Yorkshire. I'm actually from the Midlands, but I spent most of my life in Yorkshire, so... that's not what Hammond sounds like at all. I'm very sorry. Please accept my apologies. But yeah, no, Hammond, good old streamer.
Pasta?
I think has a lot of good streaming instincts, considering it seems like you're new, but I can't tell, you know. So great things I expect from you. What was I doing? What was I talking about? Oh, Jelif, get a job in IT department. Whenever a broken computer comes in, just say it's irreplaceable. Actually, it is.
I'm a big wizard.
Thank you for the big wizard, Cal. It is worth actually seeing if offices are trying to replace what computers they have, because they will want to get rid of the ones that they have for new ones, and it costs money to have them like gotten rid of. So quite often you can get free computers. That's how I got this one that's worth £30, but it's like I say, it's worth £30, so I didn't really get that much of a good deal. But I did get the second monitor, and that was very good. I love having 2 monitors. I'd love to get a 3rd monitor. Which I guess I'll keep this one and this one, and I'll just move them sideways, and I'll put a great big one right in the middle so I don't get neck damage anymore. Need recycling certification. Ah, okay. Making your own clan of orcs that are cool and still just destructive, but they're just good guys. Streaming for 7 months are relatively... Gosh. I feel bad now because what was I doing 7 months? I was flying high 7 months in, but that's just because I had a very weird, like, unorthodox journey in streaming. What was I doing? What's 7 months? How many months are we on now? Probably like 14, so like 7 months ago from now. January, December, November. Why did I do this? October, September. August, July, June, something like that. Oh, that was when everything started to go wrong. No, that's not true. Yeah, let me rest time with that was a very unusual thing. I actually don't recommend attaching yourself to a larger streamer with, because what happens is all of the middle level streamers that are below the large streamer actually get to determine who's in and out, and they can be a little bit nasty about that and start dramas with each other over nothing and all that sort of stuff. I think it's much better to just organically grow your stream, but that's very, very difficult because quite often you'll be streaming to nobody. But I learned to just talk eventually. Partly that I do have some performance experience, so like dead air is like feels like a million years to me. But I did learn to just be able to say nothing, and you get VOD watchers, and then they become like live viewers because they're like, well, I enjoyed watching the VOD, so. Great old stuff. Yeah, no, because I remember it was like in
I'm
Rust.
a big wizard.
Like I found you. I can't remember if I found you in Rust in Peace or something when that started. Yeah, so that's not actually that long ago. You're an unattached streamer like Rogue Planet that changelings live in. You're not. You're a chatter primarily in the sense of like. If I were to say B&M Bandit, they would be like, oh, B&M Bandit was in my stream. I noticed you're like modding everywhere, so I feel weird that you're mod here as well. I'm like, maybe that's too much power. It's fine, I'm kidding. I see Jelliff a lot everywhere. I used to be like that, but now I'm banned everywhere. What's weird is when people forget to take you off VIP and they ban you, so when you look at their channel, it shows you've got a little VIP thing in the corner, but it says you're banned permanently. It's like... Are we sure we thought this one through? I need to stop talking about it because it's very silly. It is fun to joke about it though. Modern Free Stream Yocho and KNG. Who's KNG? No, I could have sworn. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I could have sworn I saw you in somebody's stream. No, Kai and J. Okay, that's why you said it like that. Yep, that was the stream. I was there for a short amount of time. I think they were playing Crusader Kings 3, which is why I clicked in, because I was like, I need to learn to play that game because I love Crusader Kings 2, and Crusader Kings 3 is supposed to just be a nicer version of it, but for some reason I can't get into it. You're a bit miffed because you forgot that Zombie Boy multiplayer isn't that great, actually. Oh no, no, we'll play on Momsy's server. We'll do that. Is a Shredhead. See, this is the other interesting thing to me, that there's like these different circles of streamers that almost all of them that I know are technically Limiverse. So for example, Momsy is a name that is said by Limmy, you know what I mean? Chris Shreddit kinda is, but Chris Shreddit's also sort of like an industry professional that's come into Twitch, so he's a bit closer, I think, to people like maybe like Zaffa Cakes. There's a lot of comedians who are all in that as well, and they're sort of like kind of aligned with Limmyverse because Limmy's a famous comedian and stuff like that. What's my circle? Well, I'm not Limmyverse anymore, I guess. What am I? I don't know. I would love to fucking. What I did genuinely think about making a big fucking like map. It would look like the most unhinged thing ever, but it would just be like a red line if they don't like each other, like a green line if they like shout each other out, and then like a yellow line if they're sort of aligned together, and like trying to figure out what was like the full web of stuff, because I just thought it was a nice coincidence that people were in the same channels when I started to get into people, but I later found that it was like, oh no, it's a big web of personalities and Game of Thrones like factions and stuff. Humans are just very interesting. Jelliff is universal, it's true. And Taki as well. Taki's also like everywhere. Excuse me. I drank water a bit too quickly. I also ate some pizza a bit too quickly. Watching his streams before, off the back of Limmy. Yeah, that makes sense. Chris is linked to Zaffa Kids. Yeah. Andy mods for Zafar. I don't know why I said it like that. Zafar. Zaffa, yeah. Nice. You'd never play a public server. Yeah, I've heard the public servers have an almost constant tendency to be Nazis, which I think that's more just a lot of that's because they'll take advantage of any space that they can get. I don't know. I think there's a little thing in the sort of Doom Prepper idea. I think the idea of there being a zombie apocalypse in which people can prove their mettle by how good they are at fighting people is something that obviously appeals to the far right. Sorry, I'm moving things on my desk because they were in the way. So I guess, you know, I guess that makes sense, right? Because the thing is, what would actually happen with most of these people is that they wouldn't know how to filter water and they would die very quickly. Or they would be just like breaking open vending machines or something. I would be very surprised. Or they would beat up someone who knows how to filter water, I guess. I've taken this view of zombie stuff recently is that I just keep thinking that every monster in any piece of fiction is either a human or an animal, and usually both. So if we judge it that same way, you know, there's something a bit weird about the idea of like, oh good, the apocalypse has happened and now it's okay to kill these human-like creatures and also kill these humans. Like we have permission, yay. I don't actually agree with the sort of Walking Dead idea that all of the humans would be the real threat. First of all, I don't think zombies would actually be that much of a threat, because there is a zombie virus that exists in real life. It's called rabies. Although the difference of that is that you don't become a shambling corpse, but it is essentially a zombie virus. There's very big similarities. Vampirism and werewolf lycanthropy, I suppose, both come from the idea of rabies. Rabies has a lot of symptoms that are very similar to things that hurt vampires and zombies. It's very interesting. And werewolves. Because also the other thing is they're just people, you know, like what happens when there's a big protest, right? That's thousands, that could be thousands of people. That still gets controlled, right? So presumably we've already got the stuff to deal with that. I guess the difference is they all like sneeze on each other and get zombie virus. But that's usually not even part of the zombie thing. No, I think that when people are just in very difficult situations, they understand that they need to cooperate, because the ones that don't die off. You can't just be Negan and run around smashing people with a baseball bat, because everyone goes, well, there's only one of you, really, so, and we all need to grow potatoes, so maybe we'll just shoot you and that'll be the end of it. Would I consider myself a lycanthropy? If I got rabies, I believe it's real, so I believe water into existence. The thing is, you can't even really drink rainwater. I mean, you can, but it's you wouldn't live very long. Lycanthropist. I don't even know what that is. Like, I like to bite people and go, ow. I think we have these communities because it's just human nature. Some people are pillars more than others. Make themselves to be pillars and create hierarchy. I don't know. I think that there is... if we're talking about, like, Twitch stuff, I think the biggest thing is... the way I look at like class in society and how it works is people who appear to be attractive and sound nice and seem sort of like posh but not too posh, like an approachable posh, and people who have money so they can spend money on clothes, and people who like, you know, the more agreeable and the more they seem to reflect the audience, the more well that they're due, and then they'll end up Not to say this is a criticism of Balmer, but this is a thing that happened. Balmer got a lot of credit for stuff that Marilyn did in Rust, because Balmer appears to be cis male. I think he's actually he might be gender fluid. I'm not 100% sure about that. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but you know what I mean. So like people, or even if we look at like the top of Twitch, like it's all sort of skinny blonde American white guys mostly. I think Critical Role's technically the wealthiest channel, whatever, but there's lots of people in that. But you know, so sort of like people end up tending towards these positions of power, and then in turn take credit for them, like Lenin or something. I don't know. The comparisons are going out the wall now at this point. Eventually you smash all the people who know how to do the things. I think you just learn how to do new things, right? Because you have to. I'm Mr. Normal. Twitch is like snakes and ladders. Yeah, are you a snake or are you a ladder? I'm a ladder that looks like a snake. I've met many snakes that look like ladders. It kind of is. I think there's because of Twitch, because of Amazon doing this a lot. Oops, sorry, I was just looking at some pinned messages in the Discord, and I saw something that I wasn't expecting to see. I think because Twitch puts so much emphasis on competition. And genuine things like joint ban lists and stuff are really kind of nasty when you look at it. There's a lot of things that just make it easier for people to fight each other and ostracize each other and stuff. Because the actual process is this that we're having right now, this back and forward. It would be easy for me to just be like, I'm in charge and my mods will say what goes on. If I had like 2,000 viewers or something, it'd be very easy to be like that. But like, you know, that wouldn't be very good. But just this back and forth that we have, I think it's better than me just typing, because you can hear the sound of my voice, you can see the way that I'm emoting, you get like a better feel for it. The more further you are removed from like a human interaction, I think the more stressed people get, and the more likely people are to misunderstand each other and stuff. Best emoter on Twitch. Gosh, there were quite a lot of white people who had very strong opinions about Will Smith that never did before. That made me feel very uneasy about that whole thing. It's just like, it seems like something, considering that all of the people involved have known each other for quite a long time, I'm like, this kind of seems like maybe something that they should deal with. Will Smith is making everyone attack comics. Yeah, sure, just like how you can't say anything anymore as a comic and all that, so no, just shut up. It felt like there was a very sort of racist element to that. Yeah, he slapped someone. It's not for me to say what's right or wrong about that, because I really just don't know all the ins and outs of it. People were originally saying that it was fake to make the Oscars more popular, so like, can we, you know, what's the negativity here exactly? I don't know. I don't know the full story. I don't think it's for me. Certainly not some guy to be like, oh, Will Smith was a great motor, and that was all weird. Yeah, joint ban lists are awful. I actually, the more I get banned, the less I agree with banning, because communication just works so much better. If you have a problem with someone, even if it's, everybody gets taught, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say it. Sometimes you have to say stuff that's not nice. I've had conversations with people and I've said, oh, I had this problem, and they're like, oh, that's not good. But then we've come away from it, and, you know, we're still talking, right? We haven't cut each other out. I read this thing about how cutting people out is very much a sort of like a trauma reaction, because I've done that a lot, and I was like, oh, you know, it's not supposed to be your first reaction to something. And people say, oh yeah, but we deal with all these people as streamers, you know, that are just coming in to cause havoc and stuff like that. And it's like, right, yeah, but that's very different from people that you're working with, you know. We should be fighting Twitch, right? We should be fighting Amazon. We should be fighting people that don't pay us or take our money. That's what we should be doing. But instead we're sort of like, well, if I get this person down and I'm an established person in this group and I've gone to all these channels and I've made sure that I'm friends with them and I've become mods and I've got VIPs in the channel, and I get rid of this person, I'll prove myself to be part of the group, and then I'll get all their viewers. And it's like, that's not sustainable. It really isn't. You just make everybody miserable. Basically unable to talk to people I don't agree with, I recognize as a big problem. I'm always talking to people I don't agree with, because I have very specific opinions and stuff. It's hammed up to be the worst thing that happened at the Oscars. Yeah, John Wayne tried to batter a Native American actor who was like, hey, I can't remember what it specifically was she said, which is unfortunate. I feel like I should. But something like, Native American people have a bad time, which used to be a beatable offense in America and sort of still is. Yeah. It's just it is the whole thing sort of icky. It was like this pink slime thing I was reading about. Everybody's like, oh, the pink slime was poisonous. But when I looked into it, it seems like a couple of people got some rotten bottles of it because there was an unseasonably hot summer and it traveled a very long distance. There was some mess up with their like labels that they put on, and they were like, oh, there's milk in it, and milk goes bad, people could get sick. No one actually got sick. But everybody sort of jumped on this thing. I don't know. I'm sort of like, do we do the full story of it? Maybe it was some dodgy pink slime, but the thing is, like, the person that was making it was like having to move house because their like children were getting threatened with death and stuff like that. I'm like, that doesn't. Whenever, you know, anything with like with a famous person, like a person with status or whatever, where something goes wrong, you can't really judge it the same way as you would if it was like your friend or something. And you know. Oh, hi, Bob. I made you some pink sauce. There may be some milk in it. Has that been refrigerated? Well, it's a sealed bottle. So that shouldn't really be a problem. Who's eating pink slime? Everyone on TikTok. It was like a huge thing. But yeah, enough of pink slimes and stuff like that. Let's actually play this game. I'm very excited to play. That was gifted by my sister, who's also trans. It's very nice. Although I wish she wasn't. I wish she wasn't related to my family, and that sounds really harsh because most of my biological family doesn't get on with me because they think that I'm responsible for all the bad things that happen in the world. Does it sound familiar? But my sister is someone that understands that it's more complicated than that, so I still get on with her. So I wish she wasn't related to them, because it means she spends time with them, and sometimes her opinions are a bit like, have you thought about that one, or is that just a rant that my mom has said and that you've repeated? But making gonj and eat comically green slime. It would be nice to eat some green slime, I think. Oh, I don't actually have it on this. That was going to be such a smooth changeover. I've been having this weird problem the last couple of days, and I don't know if it's because I came off anti-anxiety medicine because I ran out of it and it wasn't working, but I feel sort of dizzy quite often. It's like I'm a little bit high. It's like I'm on a roller coaster a little bit. It's unusual. Oh, hello. Ah, perfect. So we didn't quite start this game yesterday. We got as far as just reading what all the stuff was. What was the character though? I think that was basically it. Was it like this? No, it was physique I put down and psyche I put up. Yeah. Average emotional intelligence, terrible physique, not very agile, incredibly intelligent. No, doctor seemed to be a symptom going off meds. Yeah, I figure if it continues for like a month or something, then maybe I'll talk to them. But like, it is weird. Excited to see this game. Yeah, I imagine you would like it. Right. So then I need to like set a skill. There's all this stuff about logic. You can solve good puzzles. You can tell people loads of useless information. You can be very impressive political beast whose beliefs are impenetrable. You can be very dramatic. What's the conceptualization? Conceptualization is a special role to play in this world, but not the role of a cop, but an art cop. Okay, it is a cop story. I mean, the thing is, it's in an alternate universe, so it's complicated. That's not to say that they're not cops, but there's more to it, I would say. Allows you to make fresh associations, to delve into world concepts from Jan Karp's postmodernist Kapari to Rev Rachol's arabesque. I don't know how to say that. Architectural style. Stop coming up with words. Dada. Is that supposed to be like Dadaism? And even the concept of hardcore, but then most importantly, your own contributions to these works. A high levels conceptualization makes you go big, perhaps too big. It is ostentatious, demanding grand supply displays. I can't even read basic words now. Why live life when you can throw yourself into a live volcano? At low levels, how that's like what's her face, Divine, the drag queen. Who wants to die for art kind of thing. At low levels, However, you'll be unable to see the world in a creative light. You'll be unable to contribute to conversations in an art gallery. Only boring people invited to their dust parties. You're gonna watch Big Lebowski today. I need to watch that actually, because everyone says about it. Hi, Talkie Fenton. Yes, this is actually on my original computer. It turns out I was being too cautious, and it runs fine. So we sunk Monday for no reason basically. What's visual calculus? Visual calculus versus you are not only in the laws of the state, but laws of nature enables you to create virtual crime scene models in your mind's eye to see how a bullet shattered the glass, and from that trace its trajectory with mathematical precision. It also counts so many footprints and at a glance discerns shoe size and design as well as the height, weight, and gender of the person who wore them. At high level, visual calculus makes the world reveal its secrets to you, but you may be so absorbed by your mind diorama that you don't notice crooks steal your pants. However, at low levels, your mind's eye will be blind. Reconstructing crime scenes will be difficult without outside help. I don't really know how to pick these things. Volition, cool for sane people, well-adjusted cops, the non-suicide. Right, I mean, he's supposed to be really unstable, right? Urges you to be the good guy to others and yourself. Enables you to resist temptation. In a bottle between a pair of legs at the end of an iron barrel which promises oblivion. Volition gives you the will to finish your investigation, improving your morale, one of the 2 health pools of the game. Okay, so that's a very statistic-based sort of thing. Don't think it's graphically intensive. I mean, tell that to my backup computer. Looks like Coen brothers are done as a duo, which is sad. I don't know enough about them. There'll be other brothers, or sisters, or siblings. At high levels, volition makes you hyper sane. When you're about to get funky, it keeps you normal. It's a bit of a party pooper. At low levels, however, you'll have little morale. Without it, you'll be a profoundly unstable cop, falling apart at the seams as you make irreversible mistakes. Yeah, that's the kind of... I mean, I want it to be low, really, don't I? Inland Empire is the unfiltered wellspring of imagination, emotion, and foreboding. It enables you to grope your way through invisible dimensions of reality, gaining insight into that which sight can't see. What's really going? What do these enigmatic riddles mean for the world fate? High levels. I struggle to understand this one. Dreamers, paranatural investigators, mental creators. Sounds like just like fake stuff. At high levels, Inland Empire animates the inanimate. You'll have conversations with clothing. Conversations that may change the course of the investigation if you're not thrown in the loony bin first. With low Inland Empire, however, you'll be void of imagination. Ah, okay. So it's a sort of imagination based thing. Just pick the one you want to roleplay with. Basically a spooky boy. Empathy breaks into the souls of others. See, empathy, I'm feeling strongly already that's probably going to be what it is. Empathy breaks into the souls of others and forces you to feel what's inside. Enables you to notice social cues that others may miss. Perhaps hidden sadness you could coax out a little more. A strange joy from someone who should be bereaved. Or a hidden resentment that could return to harm you later. At high levels, empathy really puts you in other people's shoes. You'll cry for their sorrows, punch walls, to relieve their angers, and be an even more unstable cop. Yes! With low empathy, however, you'll be an ungainly beast, unable to talk to them without upsetting anybody. I mean, I feel like both of those things, to be honest. Authority. Leaders, experts of psychological warfare, respect junkies. Authority urges you to assert and reassert your dominance over those around you, enables you to understand the power dynamics of groups of thugs, know how far you can push a perpetrator, and how to establish control of situations. A high level, authority demands respect. Even a perceived slight could send you into a knee-breaking mode. With low authority, however, you'll be forever in awkward situations, like when you suffer psychological breakdowns after you yell at teenagers and they laugh at you. Again, that sounds like what I imagine him to be like, right? He's got to be a little, like, sort of pathetic character. Hi, Steen. Very good to see you. I was in your stream earlier. Let me give you a shout out. Steen's, like, a very nice person. With a cool old stream. That's not a shout out. That's a sue. I'm suing you. I think most of you probably follow Steen already, but if not, do it. Steen's become my morning stream. Very much so. Esprit de corps is the very spirit of policing, the Kopfgeist. Enables you to understand your blue soul sisters and brothers. Not only by picking up subtle signals from your partner, but by witnessing flash sideways scenes as they play out in your precinct. At high levels, you'll be the very heart of the police force, not only willing and able to, but obliged to take a bullet for your partner. However, without esprit de corps, you'll be flying blind, unable to understand discreet remarks colleagues make in high-stakes situations, remarks that might just save your life. That sounds like a fake thing to me. Suggestion. Diplomats, charmers, sociopaths. Suggestion urges a soft power approach. If people think they want what you want, you've already won. This skill enables you to implant ideas into the minds of others. You can make the citizens like you more. You can make gangsters turn on each other too. Many crime rings have been broken by little doubt, after all. At high levels, suggestion makes you affable to everyone and more resistant to their charms in turn. But all that schmoozing and oozing, charm will make you slimy, and you'll know it even if no one else does. With low levels of suggestion, though, you'll have difficulty getting any kind of rapport with others. You'll be alone during the day and at night. Oh, thank you. I'm thanking you for thanking me. Sorry. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for thanking me. Yeah. Also, people who are VIPs and mods in this stream can shout out anybody, and I encourage people to do that as much as possible. Because if they're cool, then they'll need followers, right? If they're shitty, don't shout them out. Maybe they can be a little bit shitty. I think as a society we should be allowed to be a little shitty, right? We should be allowed to get away with that, right? Because we can't all be a society where people aren't allowed to make mistakes is a society that's constantly making mistakes, right? Hi Moodman, it's good to see you. I got it working. Turns out it was only going to work on my original PC, I guess. I mean, it might still break. I really hope not. I'm just looking at the various skills. I did read them yesterday, but no one except for me could see them, and I just can't be bothered to read them a second time, but I did a sort of quick analysis of. I think we're probably going to go with empathy, because it seems like it would make good story stuff for me. Endurance. Cool for fighters who can take a hit. Lookouts who don't sleep. Human batteries. Endurance is your metabolism and your circulatory system. It improves your health, one of the 2 health pools of the game. Health is one of the 2 health pools of the game. Amazing. I think the other one's morale, I think. That's interesting. It enables to survive being a cop. Who cares if you can't aim a gun, if you can't take a few bullets? If you can take a few bullets. Why be afraid of drugs that hurt your health if you're a very, very healthy man? He's not gonna be. There's no way he's gonna be a very healthy man. At high levels, endurance enables you to take a few knocks to the head, endure a greater quantity. It's like, yeah, quality of drugs. Twitch integration is good for chat's understanding if you can get that up and running for another stream. I don't understand what it would do, because it sounds like what it would do would just make people vote on my decisions. And I don't know if I want that to be binding, because maybe I'll want to do something that no one else wants to do. You can choose if they vote. Let's take a quick look at it then, because I don't know how. One sec. Down here, isn't it? Oh, we want streamer because we don't want DMCA. Twitch integration. Give temporary bonuses and penalties to the streamer's main attributes. All right. It does say stuff about enter Twitch token. Is that gonna be my? Is that gonna be my stream key? Hang on, I bet I could do this quickly. I bet I could do this in a couple of seconds. What is my Twitch token? Disco Elysium. How do I enable Twitch integration? There's a Steam page and there's a Reddit page. Steam discussions are the worst in the world often. Someone linked to dashboard extension. Disco Elysium companion install. It's giving me a code. I'm gonna stick that in there. Connect. Connection established. Activates. That is overlay 1. I don't know what extension overlay 1. Has it worked? Has it done anything? I'm gonna open my own stream and see. what that looks like. I'm not seeing it anywhere here. Oh, here we go. Disco Elysium Companion. I mean, it's there. It looks like I got it to work. You might need to refresh Twitch if you want to look at that. Hi, Pedant. Never see anyone streaming this game. I think some streamers are a little bit afraid of it. I think they're a little bit afraid of what it might say about them. Because I have heard of some prolific streamers having the game call them fascists and getting very annoyed at that. And I think that's very funny. I'm not afraid to... I'm not afraid of what the game might do. I'm not worried about that. It says it's on, but it won't say anything that the game is on. Let me just double check that I actually even put that this is the game that we're playing. Yeah, okay, good. But yeah, good to see you, Pedant. And anyone else that I've not said hello. I think I've said hello to everybody, like Moody Bins, hello. And he started recently, didn't hear about... Yeah, no, there was... I can't remember who specifically... It's happened a couple of times, but there was some big people who were like, this game called me a fascist, what the fuck? This is for communists. Which is like, it is a very communist game. I think we all know that, right? I think it's interesting. I think the devs who got pushed out of it were basically saying people should pirate it, which is interesting. Get outed fascists. Yeah. This is why we ban Pepes, by the way. It's not because everyone that uses them is a fascist, it's because it stops them from being able to hide from it. And also because on a daily basis I get death threats from them. I would like that to stop. It's always on different platforms as well. I don't know if it's the same thing. Yeah, some person got called a neoliberal as Roscoe. Roscoe would not have the focus of this game, I don't think. Unless he could find a way of making the character fart every 3 seconds. I don't know that he would play it. He played it for about an hour. Yeah, there you go. He played it for about an hour. I mean, I love Roscoe. Let's give him a shout out. Even though, if anyone doesn't follow Roscoe who's here, I would be very surprised. Roscoe is a massive stream inspiration for me, and I actually have to prevent myself from stealing his ideas accidentally because we have similar ideas. We do joke he's a neoliberal. I mean, he might be a liberal. But there's a common joke about it being neoliberal. Can't say much about where this game leans since it would be spoilers, but it's also concept talked about. Yeah, I did vaguely hear that there's some characters that you talk to that have different, opinions and stuff like that. Yeah, shake off some cardiac arrests. That's funny, because I know something about that. Pain threshold. Cool for unstoppable fighters. Guys who don't die. Masochists. Pain threshold ignores damage so you can push on bloodied and crawling to the bitterest end. This is interesting. This is a concept that always kind of like... it does something to me emotionally, the idea of a character enduring loads of pain for like other people. The thing I always think about, and I don't think I've ever seen this anywhere, but like a massive fucking clock with like huge gears that's like turning around and they're like kind of stuck in the gears, like holding it to stop it moving so like everyone can escape. There's like no way that they're getting out of it. Like, just go. I don't know, that always, I'm always like, sacrificed himself in a giant clock. That always gets me. Guy came up to Roscoe after a show, said he loved his show and his neoliberal outlook, and Roscoe didn't know what it meant, so he said thanks. Then he asked C&B what it meant and told him and took the piss out of him. Oh, I think I heard that before, but that's very funny. Very funny. Where are we? Enables you to negate damage you would otherwise take, even mental pain, heartache, and loneliness. In fact, these things can become a thrill, and you seek them out and perversely revel in. At high levels, pain threshold turns in on itself in a seriously unhealthy ways, with full self-destructive behavior. With a low pain threshold, however, you will suffer too easily, even a slap from a teenager. It's always the teenagers. Teenagers are bullying and slapping this man. Physical instrument. Cool for muscle men, bare knuckle brawlers, gym teachers. Physical instrument. It's not only your muscles and your skeleton, Oh god, I'm just sorry. I'm thinking so much about him being beat up by teenagers that it's really funny for me because he's a cop. A physical instrument is not only your muscles and your skeleton, it's your ability to use them effectively. Enables you to do push-ups, sorry, sit-ups, knockout punches, and 360-degree spin kicks. Is a one-size-fits-all solution to the thriving and surviving in the physical world. At high levels, physical instrument breaks doors, chains, and bones. It makes you laugh at the namby-pansies who can't. You'll be manned up, encouraging others to curl iron while they're manned up too. At low levels, however, you'll have a hard time arresting anyone who isn't infirm or already dead. Indeed, engaging in physical confrontations could leave you in either state. I don't really want to arrest people if I can help it. What's this one? Electrochemistry. My sister, my younger sister says this is her favorite one. I think, or she often is laughing about it. Cool for high flyers, party enthusiasts, cops who need lightning. Electrochemistry is the animal within you, the beast longing to be unleashed to indulge and enjoy. Enables you to take drugs with fewer negative side effects. Also enables you to better investigate lurid matters. You need to understand the chemical breakdown or talk to someone blasted out of the mind, or understand sexual dynamics. Electrochemistry is there to guide you. At high levels, electrochemistry makes you a man of unrestrained pleasure, with an unrepentant Lothario who leers at people with a bottle of speed and a plastic bendy straw at either hand. But at low electrochemistry, you'll be too innocent to be effective. Without working knowledge of drugs and sex, the city will be difficult to understand. The popular one you like, Inland Emperor and Shivers most. Where's Shivers? Oh, that's the next one. Cool for city lovers, the wisest of the street guys, the genuinely supernatural. Shivers come when the temperature drops and you become keenly aware of your surroundings. It enables you to hear the city itself, so truly belonging to the streets. Okay, so it's like Vimes it's like being Vimes from Discworld. It is supernatural ability. Old wrongs play out in present time. Scenes across the city happen in front of you, but who is speaking to you? A high level Shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world as you listen to the city. You don't listen to others. Your superiors may begin to worry. With low Shivers, though, you will seldom hear the city speaking to you, and if you cannot hear it, how can you ever save it? Half-Life. Oh, sorry, Half-Light. Half-Light. Dong. Cool for high-strung investigators. Shoot now, ask questions later. Cops. There's a lot of things for being a very police officer in the sense of being a murderer with a badge. Half-Light is your fight or flight response, enables you to sense the way out of situations that are about to turn. It injects palpable fear into your heart, fear that urges you to act before it's too late to act ever again, fear that makes you frighten others. It is the aggression that lets you squeeze out every last drop of information out of a witness. Torture is not an effective way of getting answers from people. At high levels, Half-Light makes you ultra attuned to the world. It is perpetual fear of your own shadow, of someone else's name or scent. You'll be ready always to pounce and physically interrogate passers-by. So a cop. At low levels, however, you'll find your survival instinct is lacking. Your methods limp-wristed, and those who respect violence will not respect you. Half-Light is amusing, especially if it's very high. Makes you paranoid. Okay. Hand-eye coordination, cool for trick shooters, snipers, and jugglers. Hand-eye coordination loves the interactions between you and the things that fly in the air. It enables you to catch coins from mob bosses. Ding! Shoot straight and understand firearms intimately. Want to know the precise make and mark of a pistol? Hand-eye coordination's got you. Want to shoot someone with it? Ditto. At high levels, hand-eye coordination makes you deadly. He's going to be so clumsy. He's going to be... I gave him slightly more than one because I was like, I don't want him to just die from it if possible because it will be very funny, but sometimes I might actually just need him to slightly succeed. Supposing you've a weapon in your hand, but once you do, hand-eye coordination will compel you to take the shot, even if it's not the best approach. Oh, that's interesting. At low levels, however, you'll be even more of a disaster in waiting, because when the guns go off, and they always do, you'll probably hit the wrong target. Okay. That's true of guns anyway. The person that a gun is the most risk to is the person who has the gun. This isn't just true for ownership, this is true for any confrontation. The best fight move is to run away. What's this one? Perception. I can't seem to quite perceive this one. What is it? Cool for fine detail detectives, sensualists, urban scavengers. Perception wants you to be open to the world with eyes and ears and nose working at full capacity. Enables you to take in what others don't notice. A little wad of bills hid away in the sugar bowls, the odours of a perp, hiding beneath the floorboards, gulp of a suspect after claiming they've nothing to hide. At high levels, perception takes in every fine detail of the physical world, enough to overwhelm all but the strongest mind. However, with low levels, you are going to miss out on everything. After all, you can't arrest what you can't hear, see, or smell. Monster! Reaction speed. Cool for shot dodgers, thinkers on their feet, pinball heads. Your reaction speed is the agility of your body and mind. It is instinct that enables you to dodge punches, knives, and bullets. Also, sucker punches of the verbal kind. You'll be more streetwise, never lost for words, or lacking a witty comeback. So there's this thing, as I read all of these, and I look at, like, this will be so good for doing this, and I look at how low these stats are, I just think about how he's gonna mess up. How he's gonna be, everyone's gonna be pranking on him, teenagers are gonna be beating him up, he's gonna be shooting people, it's just, he's gonna be such a mess, and I'm so excited for it. Your mental alacrity, I used to know how to say that, alacrity, I'm gonna say alacrity, it's probably like alacrity or something. Lets you connect little details on the fly, working in tandem with your intellect skills. See, I think having these skills together might be a good idea as a detective. A high level reaction speed makes your twitch reflex freakishly good. However, when your body acts before your mind, innocent situations can turn bad fast. You're high strung, overly alert. At low levels, though, you won't be the one shooting first, which probably means you won't be shooting at all. Savoir-faire. That's probably how you say it. Savoir-faire. Urges you to be better than you are. It urges you to be disco. Slip by others in Samaran boxing style, then tumble out of the back with unexpected acrobatics. Enables you to move the silent footsteps to groove to a good beat. He's going to be so clumsy. And lift useful evidence off perps without them noticing. Also makes you a cooler cop, whose athletic flair will certainly impress the citizenry. At high levels, savoir-faire will make you the king of cool, which is as much to say the most stylish douchebag and revocore. Nobody will see you until you're ready to be seen, and then they'll get the full treatment, whether they want it or not. At low levels, however, you'll be a bumbling feckless cop and unable to catch a pair of keys thrown by your partner without losing an eye. I'm sure we're going to get thrown keys at some point, and lose an eye like the emote there. Interfacing, call for machinists, tinkerers, instrument players. I'm noticing when they talk about what kind of cop, it's all very, it puts me in the mind of sort of noir films quite a bit, like noir detectives and stuff. We've got the place surrounded, like that, all that kind of stuff. Interfacing wants you to connect with machines, to use and improve them, because that makes you a better human organism. Enables you to understand interactions with machines, be that how to repair the motor of a Kinama motor carriage. That's basically cars in this, but alternate universe cars. How to analyze the way a suspect uses a pen, or how to refigure electrical circuits. It even lets you steal keys off a keyring without being noticed. That's hard to do. Where are my keys? Oh, they're downstairs. I was gonna try and do it on. You gotta hook the thing so you can get the circle and then take it out. I mean, I could do it behind my back and someone probably wouldn't notice, but at high levels, interfacing will isolate you from society. Why bother with people when you can talk to machines? And why bother with things like money when you can just pocket that display sandwich? At low levels, however, you will have a crucial part of the world cut off from you. People use machines to commit crimes all the time, and if you can't understand how a crime was accomplished, how can you solve it? Composure. Oh no. Call for card players, military fetishists, cool people. Composure wants you to not crack, or at least it wants you not to crack in front of other people. Enables you to put up a strong front. It keeps your emotions hidden from the world and helps you read the body language of others to sense the cracks in their own composure. As well, it keeps you looking good while you do it. You'll rock that disco outfit a lot more if you don't slouch. He's not going to have any composure. At high levels, composure makes you tuck in your gut and maintain a stern expression. Even when lying in bed late at night when no one else can see you, you'll have to keep it up. You'll never be able to stop. With low composure, though, you'll always be the first to crack. Every cop's got a point where all the fear and rage comes spilling out, and the ones who unleash it don't stay on the force much longer. I wish that was true. I also wish all of it was gone, but perhaps worse still, you won't even make the ranks of fashion police. Haha, that's a little joke. I think I want empathy because I think it will just make a better story for me personally. How do I have to press the... Oh! You put points in it? What do you do? Set signature. There we go. Oh, so I'm slightly better at empathy than everything else because I did that. Confirm. What's next? I'm a noir trope. I thought they said furries. The Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if it missed it, it's gone now. Why would you make that disappear and then make me click begin? I was trying to read that. Did I mean to do an... Yes. I want him to be like a Poirot, I guess. I don't know. This is very smart.
Nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. You're conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never, ever.
Okay, simply keep on not existing.
An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
Alex, what? I'm trying to think how he does that. An inordinate... No, it's not quite breathing. It sounds almost like breathing. They must be breathing in to do that, which is very difficult to do. In inordinate, because I just got inordinate time passes, but they're like in inordinate. No, I don't know how to do that. No ex-wives are contained within. What was that about the ex something?
Awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness of the meat thing.
I don't know if you can hear that so well, because that voice is a lot quieter than the other one. But I'll just read it out. An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful. A ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it only lead to more awareness of the meat thing. Okay, so he's unconscious or whatever. Let's plunge back into the fathomless deep.
There, no ball of meat, no light in the formless nothing. Just night swimming.
I like nothing.
I know you do, baby. I know.
How about you cough up some of that more sweet oblivion?
Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage.
Alanzi, let's go.
Alright. Nothing town to fuck all borough.
Let's visit the ancient Zero Hole.
Great choice, Elder One. It has always been like this, and it always will.
Don't stop. Keep singing. Sing me this song of death.
The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meet around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
Stop. I don't want to hear anything about this sensation. Take me back to the formless, disembodied nothing.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Who am I? What sort of creature does this to their own mouth?
A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Somehow, you know what it is. A caprice to name a motor carriage.
Guess it's time to open my eyes. Yeah. Look how skinny he is. Oh, he's even got a little underwear bulge. I don't know why that's... Right. Let's grab this tie. How do we grab this tie? E? Oh, we
This
can...
fan
Oops.
has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades.
Right, we're grabbing this tie.
You swoop up and catch the tie.
Ah.
Snap. It's released from the blade.
So the reason I did that is because there is actually a small chance that he not only will fail to do that, but will have a heart attack. Because the first time I ever tried this, as my sister had it, and I wanted to see what it was like for a couple of minutes. The first thing I did was die to this ceiling fan. Remember to save when you get control. That's a good point.
What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie, with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
How do I actually save? Yep, here we go. Save game. Is that it? Do we just click save game? That seems a bit too easy, doesn't it? Yeah, well, because he sort of reached and gave himself a heart attack because he'd just woken up. There's several threats in the room. Oh, brilliant. Pull on the fan.
The blades come squeaking to a halt.
Pull on the light bulb.
A terrible mistake.
Oh no.
Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain.
Bring it on. Oh, it hurt me. Right. I don't remember any of the controls. Oh. Oh, am I dying? Wait. Did he die because it was too bright? What's this?
You feel something in your chest.
Yes!
Unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw.
So I'm guessing this is bad.
Very bad. This is the end. Bad.
Try to remain conscious.
All you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark. You don't even see her face. Like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear.
Dead.
Cop suffers from a heart attack. His death, though abrupt.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
I've ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker."
Yep.
He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
Just on the brink, I guess. I'm going to change some of the volume on this a little bit. I'm worried that you won't, because some of them sound very low and deep. I'm a little bit worried that you won't actually hear what they say, so... Right. Let's load that game, huh? Okay, I guess it didn't load. Fuck. Fuck! Hang on, we'll speed run through this. Dunk, 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 dunk. Is there any more that I can... Oh, there's more that I can spend. Oh no, I wanted more psych, didn't I? Psyche, yep. Empathy is a signature. Confirm. We'll just skip through this bit very quickly. Yeah, it was a good game. Yeah, thanks everybody. Who's trying to call me? Fuck off. Send me a text before you... Oh, I can read it. Oh no, it's gone.
There is no...
Yeah, we're just gonna very quickly...
And an audience amount. You got is what I know you do. Coming right up, sir. Alright. Now, great choice, Elder One. The song of like a fly to the ointment. The stench of liquor rises from your mouth. A fiery streak.
Somehow, you know what it is.
Right, there we go. That's back to where we were. I don't know why I didn't save. Oh, I can move my head around. No! 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 Right, let's actually save. Save game. There we go. Save. I also would like to look at the controls. Let's see. We've got quick save button, that's cool. We've got help button. Movement is clicking. We have a character sheet. We have a fort cabinet. We've got lots of things that I don't know that I'll be able to use straight away. We can highlight things with tab. Or right click. We can zoom in and out. Okay, so what's my journal then? Nope. Nope. Okay, I don't have any of that stuff. That's fine. Let's grab that. Let's grab that tie.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches.
Grab the tie.
One ends in a tiny. You reach out to grab this.
I've died again. I died.
You feel something in your chest. An unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm.
I wasn't even trying to die that time.
Very. There's no shame in cops.
Yeah! Yeah!
Passed away yesterday.
I promise I'll play
His
this game
death, though
seriously.
abrupt, did not come as a
Right. It's a lot of fun. Right. Grab that.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. You reach out to
Oh,
grab the
oh yeah, that's right. He's not very good at that.
You feel something in your chest.
Yep. Can I load the game,
It's
please?
spreading to your left. Very. All you feel, cop suffers. Detectively,
It shouldn't be that funny. I'm sorry.
His death, though.
Alright, let's actually play it. I'm serious this time. Yep.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One, the blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to
Right.
tie them. You swoop
There
up
we go.
against
Now
the tie.
we've got the tie.
What you have in your hand is a truly hideous thing.
Right, let's not turn on the light because that killed me last time. Put on my trousers. I want to find other articles of clothing. Oh, what a mess. You see bottles in the bathtub, wine, beer, and sweet liqueurs.
You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says,
Keys.
whirling in rags, on the aluminium key ring.
Shouldn't be that funny.
There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door. The Whirling in Rags is a hostel cafeteria on the urban coast, frequented by dock workers.
Interesting. So my encyclopedic knowledge remembered where the fuck I am. Can we turn off that tap that seems to be running? I don't want to look in the mirror just yet. I want to see if there's... Oh, my shirt. Let's put my shirt on. Yep, I would like that, please. Disco ass blazer. I'm meant to be a bed chair, like a chair bed thing. Can we get some alcohol? This magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty. What's all this stuff? Looks like someone tore out the tape while the song was playing. This reel-to-reel tape player is still on, rolling empty. So presumably there was a song playing and then in a drunken rage I pulled it to pieces, I think. I would say this is one of the few genuinely funny games. You mean me playing it or just in general? Ooh, another shirt. I guess that goes under my... Oh, I thought that was a shirt. It's a jacket. Right. Is it time to look in the mirror? Ooh, what's this? It's a locked door. Right, let's look in the mirror. Let's get it over with.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Was this not the same Elon that founds empires and lays waste to cities, virile, uncaring towards the little things?
Elan? In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Conceptualization. Was this not the same Elan that founds empires and wastes to cities virile, uncaring towards the... Oh, okay, it's saying like... Oh, is it really so masculine to just destroy stuff?
Probably not, no. Hot water sprays from the faucet's base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just a vague impression of a man.
In general, but your playthrough has been typically tragicomic for so... I love tragic comedy. There's nothing funnier than sadness. I don't mean it like that. Obviously, suffering is awful. It's kind of the point, though, isn't it? Like, to turn it on its head.
Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing?
Really? All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Really? Nothing?
All recollection of the person you are, the people in your life, and even the world you're in has drowned in a sea of blood alcohol. This was no mere night of drinking. It was a deluge of world-ending proportions.
Really? Nothing?
Really?
Okay,
All
let's wipe
as
the
you
mirror there.
slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Perhaps I should touch it first to make sure there's nothing wrong with my face.
Yeah, there is definitely something wrong with it.
What's
Where
wrong?
to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin.
I'm sorry. Let's touch my nose.
Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose
Honk.
either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
So this is interesting. So this thing about having a big red nose is apparently not actually related to alcohol. It's like a genetic thing. I heard it's complicated, but it has a big association with drunkenness that isn't necessarily true. That's what I heard. But then I do also remember Terry Pratchett talking about his drunken neighbor having like a face like that. There are some things that alcohol seems to change about your face. Consistent alcohol, like really consistent. At least my tongue is okay.
It's not.
Oh,
It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
I'm scared. I want to stop doing this.
Don't be scared. It's only your face. It's not like anyone's going to see it.
Let's wipe this mirror.
Behold.
Ah! He's alright. Oh, the picture in the corner is not so great though. Actually, I need to move. That Kofi thing. Hang on. Where's Kofi? Here it is. There we go. It looks like a fucking zombie. His skin is so white, and then his eyes are so red. This looks alright. This is sort of a kind of charming picture, I think. That does not look good at all. A young Santa. It's like it's more like a young Santa who used to work in Halloween Town before he decided that he wanted to be Santa.
You have no idea who this thing is, do you?
This is the stage. This is the face of a late stage alcoholic.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
They've read this line long. It's supposed to be too late, but they went too late. I mean, that's fine. People, actors can read words differently, but I get the impression that wasn't what they were trying to do when they wrote that. I'm not making that face. The face is making
Please stop.
itself.
It's horrible. You're scaring yourself.
No.
You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face, and now it won't come off.
Good.
What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
I'm insinuating that I'm vaguely sympathetic. I think I'm sort of pulling it off too in a sad has-been kind of way. There is some charm to it.
There might have been 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Oh. Now I can use my encyclopedia to dig into your mind to locate the source of the expression, which is a formidably difficult, or I can use my electrochemistry, which is basically impossible, attempt to stop the expression from happening. Let's dig into my mind.
It belongs
Hey.
in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Gee, I wonder if this is about anything. Sorry. What year is it? 2023? Gee, I wonder if this game is about anything at all. Do I know the difference between white checks and red checks? Nope. I don't know anything. Just started playing.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened.
I mean, people making champagne-tinted interiors. I want to say that's a very 70s thing, but I have noticed since about like 2010 onwards, it seemed to come back. I was following some people on. I was looking at potentially following some people on Tumblr to see what their blog was about, which is mostly reblogs from Instagram, and it was loads of things about like fashionable style of rich people, which seems to be fucking awful. And everything's fucking beige, and everything's like oversized or undersized, or like it doesn't look like anything. But apparently they were like really into it. But yeah, there was a lot of beige.
For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million.
So I live in Revachol. Guillaume le Mignon.
If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right.
Okay. Let's not come at me. I don't even know French, okay? Game. The white checks are the ones you can retry later when your stats increase. They're listed in your journal so you can go back to them. Options highlighted in red can be tried only once. The game doesn't do a good job of explaining this. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't. Like, what's this button do? Nothing. What's this button do? Oh, it's counting up to... Why is it counting? Wait, did I don't know. Did I do something there? 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That's to do with the Twitch overlay. 1. Now it's counting down a different way. Did I accidentally set a vote? Can I make that stop?
Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music in an open air boîte de nuit somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it? Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
How long ago was the new...
Some 20-odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Fuck me, it's depressing. That's so fucking grim. I mean, everything, we're analyzing everything that we come across. He's just smiling in a mirror and he's like, humanity's been ruined. Anything else? Like, why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco. The rest is darkness. Aside from the useless fact that the motor carriage outside was a caprice canema.
I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. Click, click.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry Your Pretty Little Head.
Well, I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
No. Wait, it says it's impossible. Ah, fuck it, let's try it.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
Alright, let's get away from this mirror. Can we open this? I thought I had keys. Do I not have keys? Keys. Keys to room 1. How do I use the keys? It won't be those keys. Right. I would love to get a drink of water actually. But it seems I can't do that. Oh, a shoe. I have a shoe there. Who gets into a drunken stupor and leaves their socks on? I mean, I would have thought those would be the first things to come off. What else can we do in this room? Ooh, broken glass, huh?
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Let's assess the damage.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the
Oh.
inside.
That's cool how that's sort of pieced together. I break them with my own hands?
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
What did this then?
More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Assess the size of the impact, or did I already do
It
that?
is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist.
We're looking for my other shoe, aren't we?
The single green shoe
Yep.
you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
So I should get that shoe.
A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
Oh, it gained
The
experience.
window stands.
No, I don't want to look at the window again. Can I actually see it from here? Can I see anything from here? Not really. Oh, I noticed the bathroom door is utterly destroyed. Right, out we go. Alright, balcony over here. Ooh, what's this? Something on the table. Some money! I'm sure I'll need that. Holy hell, is it cold? Yeah, it's cold here. It's so what? It's so cold. It's messing up the for some reason it just gets very moist on the walls when it gets cold. I don't think a house should do that personally. Is the balcony? I better be the balcony. Ah, here we go. Oh, what's he thinking? Is he okay? The smell of the sea makes you dizzy. That looks like a shoe to me. I wonder what happens if you do just show up naked. I have heard potentially you can just play the game that way. I'm trying to do whatever occurs to me in the moment to do, because I feel like it will be a more natural experience. But it would be funny to go back and see what happens if you just play the game in your underwear.
Hello, officer.
Anna says it's March, the year is 51.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
It's a game that encourages you to be whimsical and nonsensical.
A silver jumpsuit falls off her like scale armor, sparkling. This is the sparkle of too many nights out on the city.
Officer? Am I military personnel?
No.
Oh wait, I'm a businessman, chief executive officer, right?
The young woman shakes her head slowly. Officer could be an artistic statement, a claim to official renown.
Officer is my stage name, right? I can see myself as a middling disco artist called the Officer.
No, you're a police officer, sir.
Are you
I
sure?
am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time.
All this time?
You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less.
What business is that?
Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
You have no doubt about the drinking. But do you strike yourself as a tight-lipped drunk? She must have heard something.
I don't remember being a cop or anything else.
Could it be because of the drinking?
He raises an eyebrow, the cigarette sizzles. Who in their right mind would let me be an officer of the law?
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
This is true. I might not know where I am, or who I am, or what a Kupri kinema is, or how I know what one sounds like.
She nods.
But I do know when someone's not telling me the whole story. What am I doing here? What's my case?
There's a mercenary out back. He's been hanged. The body has been there for a week now. The locals probably got tired of it and called the cops.
Fuzzy, are you sure you want to spend all your channel points making me just go do the expression? Oh, wait, it's like, I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's something like that. It's messing out back. He's been hanged. The body's been there for a week now. The locals probably just got tired of it and called the cops. Why didn't you just tell me that?
I didn't mean to overwhelm you with information. You seem a bit lost, officer.
So there's not many options except for one to try and flirt with her. No, it's all right. The first woman I see, I feel like trying to flirt with her might be a little bit much. I should get going now.
Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Good. Oh wait, but that's me.
She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
Goodbye.
Bye. Right. Can I go in here? Nope. Can I... Looks like she left a nice long stub in the ashtray. It's still smoking. Can I smoke it? Can I smoke it? Eh. You have enough. Yeah, but what if I introduce some new channel point thing and you don't have any channel points? What are you going to do then? This is the weekend edition of the satirical newspaper Trompe le Monde. Seems very French so far. Is that a stair lift? They're just some stone. That looks like a stair lift. Oh, and that's why there's someone with a wheelchair there. Well, that's good. Even in this depressing place, they have better disabled access than most places I've been to. What's going on here? So what's this? This is where the lyrics would be. Big old karaoke mic, just waiting for someone to sing into it. The speaker is connected to the radio, the music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast oceanic soul.
My soul's cubic content is obscured by the hangover.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
What should it sing when it comes to it?
You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry.
I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, get the people going.
No. Don't sing the happy song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound. You have to find something tragic to sing first, though.
Finished thought. I really don't want him to sing. I'm so worried about him. What's this person?
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Look at the stuffed
A
bird.
competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it.
Want a happy song, not a sad one.
Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the Great Skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Encelindian Isola, the part of the world you are in right now.
Okie doke.
Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Something about it makes you feel bitter. Interesting. It's the Great Skua, right?
Look, your buddy is over there.
He looks at the doors where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
What do you mean, my buddy?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Are you the bartender?
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
What's the
I have
difference?
3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Where did Sylvie go?
She just, you know,
A bomber jacket. Why are you so pleased about that?
His eyes dart from left to right. This man isn't lying, but he is hiding something.
She just what?
so now you're a cop. Oh,
Something tells me you don't like me.
oh no, you're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Logic easy success. Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this? You're being sarcastic.
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
Oh my god, did I do all these things?
No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here.
What have I been doing here? Have you seen me around?
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
He looks down again and begins plucking at the bird. Alright. Ooh, what's this? This is a water cooler. Okay. The door is bolted. The sign says kitchen reserved for personnel until 1 o'clock. Ooh, a note. Sign reads mess hall reserved for union members. Doors open 4 o'clock. Talk to this person.
Hello, sweetie.
Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
She nods towards the man in the orange bomber jacket. Yeah, but I just want to see what this is. The Royal Pinball Machine. It's kind of looking... Okay, right, let's talk to him. Let's talk to our future
A
lover.
bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. You.
Kim Kutsuragi. That's Kim.
As you approach, he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Oh, interesting. Shake his hand. Wait, no, hold on. Who is he to me?
He is your half-brother.
Shake his hand.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct
Kitsuragi.
57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
I don't really know my name.
Okay then.
He processes the information and disregards it.
It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
You mean him? Not towards the cafeteria manager? Yeah, I just talked to him.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right? It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
I haven't.
Okay. We'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case.
The police are here. In full force, I mean.
Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body?
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, man, no, I haven't.
So,
Sorry.
the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
Whoops.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
How can you be so sure I'm from the police?
I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the citizens' militia on your sleeve and on your back.
Points to your jacket.
I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is he's not from the rat squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
You mean internal affairs?
Yes, but I'm not them. I'm from criminal investigation.
You said insignia. These white rectangles point to my sleeve.
Yes.
But they're just white
They're
rectangles.
not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West.
Oh, okay.
I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage. But again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
Shouldn't I have a badge or something? Check my pockets.
You mean you don't have a badge?
I like to pretend you found it. I have my badge. I'm a policeman and I have my badge. Is there a role? I'm just gonna say it's not on me when I woke up.
Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
But I can't remember anything.
I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse.
Okay.
If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
If I told you I'm not really a police officer.
We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a police officer, I'm afraid. What remains is that there is a dead body in the tree. Someone has to figure out who put it there. If we don't, no one else will.
It's not true, but okay.
And then, soon after, dead bodies would be dangling from all the trees.
But first, we have to take it down.
Let's go.
After you, officer.
Right, so we gotta talk to the...
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
Thanks. So I got my boyfriend now. Let's go talk to the cafeteria manager.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right? You run this place.
Yes.
He responds tersely.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
He looks to you, realizing he still doesn't know your name. I was gonna say nothing.
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
His voice sounds familiar and I can't think where from.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
He looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper and hands it to the lieutenant.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
So he said 4 before and now he's saying many.
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need directions.
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective,
He probably means this is where you step in and ask your questions.
Right then. Questions. I got
His
this.
face expresses profound doubt in your having this. Ask him about the body's location before asking if he killed him. People give up information in the more innocuous questions, which you can later use in the more sinister ones, not vice versa.
Ask him about the body's location before asking. Okay. Where exactly is the body?
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
And how do we get there?
That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Franco-Nigerian cavalry. Now, is that meant to be in this world that Nigeria and France are the same place? Or is that just a place that happens to have the combination of the same sounds? Probably.
This man means the heavy cavalry of the innocents Franco-Negro, sweeping over the plains and nations of the enemies of mankind. 5th century style. Unified currency and the concept of cool came in their wake. They wore lamella and carried guns. But first and foremost, Franco-Nigerian heavy cavalry was really, really wide. That hole in the fence must be enormous.
That's interesting, because they almost sound like crusaders, I guess. But actually, probably be more accurate to compare them to the armies of Genghis Khan, because that actually kind of was a big thing that he did. Initially, he just wanted his mom to not get kidnapped. But lots of things he imposed were sort of like protection for trade, standardization of paper money. So we're talking about the Mongols kind of, except that they've got guns, which is okay. So like I say, a lot of the world's history is clearly, it's alternate. That's interesting.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Right. We're not gonna ask who killed him. We're gonna ask, why did Sylvie go away?
Haven't you asked me that already? What is it with you and this woman? She has nothing to do with this.
No, before I asked you where. Now I'm asking you why.
Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
The lieutenant says he opens his notebook at the cover. The number is safely tucked away in a small pocket. Didn't go well.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you? It's got nothing to do with the lynching.
No, this stuff gets on my nerves. I am a feminist. Would you just say that like that, or is that too much? No, you probably wouldn't. You'd say, I guess I like to be thorough. Or everything has something to do with everything.
Good for you. Was there something else? I'd like to get back to what I was doing.
Now I'm going to go back and ask him again. Why
Haven't
did you
you
go
asked
away?
me that already? Okay, you got...
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fascinating about that for you?
Stuff gets on my nerves. I'm a feminist. Let's see what that happens. That's right. If there's one thing I know about myself, it's that I'm a total raging feminist.
Is that so? Mr. Feminist?
Inexplicable feminist agenda. What do you mean inexplicable?
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Nice. Yeah, I felt there was something I could collect with that. Okay, so who killed him?
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
This is it. He said they hoisted him up on a tree. Who is this they, if he doesn't know?
Before, you said they hoisted up on a tree. Who did you mean by they?
Oh, people are saying it was the union dock workers, that it was a lynching.
He's a bit surprised you caught that. Who exactly is saying that?
The locals, the customers, the people who eat here, a lot of dock workers eat here. Sylvie told me everyone knows the dock workers did it.
The way it's written suggests you should internalize all thoughts. That is not so. You have limited slots and not all outcomes can be considered positive. I mean, it did say inexplicably feminist, but like, I can't see that going badly. There's no vocal group that calls themselves feminists that are bad, right? Anyway.
Did the debarders themselves tell her this, or is it a rumor?
I don't really know. You'll have to ask her.
Why would the dock workers lynch this man?
I would suppose it's because they have nothing better to do.
You mean the strike?
Yes, the strike. The man they hanged was a security guard for the harbour company, I hear. A mercenary. The unionistas probably thought they'd send a message.
I think it's that unionista, because that's the kind of thing that like right wingers always put on the end of stuff. I think it's supposed to be to imply, like a sort of Russian revolutionary thing, right? Something is to. I mean, I don't know what the origin. It might have a different origin. But yeah, instead of calling them union people, call them unionistas, unless they're actually called that. It's almost like a sort of to make it sound a bit more derogatory. I'm trying to think of another example of that. That isn't just a slur. Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
Did you kill him?
What are you, crazy?
Fine.
Of course I didn't
I have
kill
no
him.
question. Yeah, fashionista,
The
I
lieutenant
suppose.
turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
That's all.
Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr. Feminist.
Oh shit!
You owe me 130 real.
Called him Mr. Feminist. Right, let's try and slip away.
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
Oh wait, no, why did I say some? Oh, I asked him what's real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
Oh, I understand. You mean I owe you some money?
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money.
You could just put
owe
him
this
under arrest.
establishment 130 real.
What exactly
What
is
are you,
money?
a philosopher?
Actually, it might be.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal Extra. We use it for everything, really.
Proceed to show him the coins you found. Is this money?
Yes, it is.
Count them and give them to him. That's 10 plus 10, 20 equals 40. I'm down 90, right?
No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
Well, that's horrible.
It is.
Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
Comes from Sandinista, I think. I'm gonna have to look that up. What is Sandinista? It's a Sandinista National Liberation Front? In Nicaragua? Is that the first version of it? 1930s. Resistance against the United States occupation of Nicaragua. I figured it would either be France, Britain, or America. I'm actually a little bit surprised it's America rather than France or Britain. But then the 20s was very much the time of America just really doing the shitty stuff, like having fruit wars with people and things. Not to say that like the Iraq war was that great, but you know what I mean. Following the resignation of centuries they took power, they instituted a policy of mass literacy, devoted significant resources to healthcare, and promoted gender equality in the 1930s. Oh wait, sorry. When I see gender equality, I think trans rights now because but yeah, no, they mean for women, right? Common and international criticism for human rights abuses, mass execution and oppression of indigenous people. Fuck's sake, we could never just have nice things and also like indigenous people. For some reason, it always seems to be one and then the other. I guess it's because they're a nationalist group. Yeah, nationalist groups tend to want to destroy whoever might have a better claim. It's a classic CIA debacle. Okay. I imagine there's probably... the Sandinistas took their name from Augusto Cesar Sandinio, the leader of Nicaragua's nationalist rebellion against the U.S. occupation of the country in the early 20th century. The suffix "ista" is the Spanish equivalent of "ist." Okay, so you might say communist. Comunista. Okay, so that's all it really means. Darkness rides and pick up the coins.
It does, doesn't it?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
No, don't pay for me.
That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money.
Okay. What do I owe this place for?
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in the window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages. Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
What happens
I'm
now?
sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
He shrugs.
Officer, maybe you are better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
I don't remember where my home is.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them. Ask for assistance.
I like how he's getting
have to
just
get
a
this
little bit
investigation
more
started
stressed as
now.
time goes on. As I'm like, I don't know. I'm a lost bird. I'm a lost baby bird.
Good luck.
Right. Okay.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Really don't remember.
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
I don't know. Near south, maybe.
You don't really know, do you?
I don't. Does this mean I'm homeless?
South, maybe. Doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
I could trace the way back somehow to an exact street, the number on a
You
building.
can try. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment will appear.
I'm interested to see what his house looks like. Probably worse, right? Can we talk to this person now and ask them what they've seen?
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie? Her eyes move up and down your person as though taking your measurements. Her attention is scientific.
Who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no Sweetie. Look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
Aw, thanks. I appreciate it.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself.
She slaps herself on the forehead.
I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
Her eyes glitter over the rims of her glasses as she looks up, smiling.
This Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
How would you like to roll with me?
Whatever do you mean?
I had nothing. I was thinking of the lyrics to his song, "Want to Roll with Me."
Ah, yes. Probably Roll With Me by the Fletchers.
Oh no!
People
I didn't
often
mean it
quote
like
the Fletchers
that.
At me. Morel says it's my theme song.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't seem to know where I am or what I'm doing or anything.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
Her eyes follow your movements with some concern. I drank so hard I literally forgot everything.
Oh my. You know where we are, right?
The Whirling in Rags cafeteria? It was on my keys.
That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located?
In Revachol?
Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol.
Revachol. All I know is that Revachol used to be really cool in the 30s.
The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago.
Her eyes are filled with light reflected off those gilded years, when the city seemed full of possibility.
Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even foreigners.
There's a pause as she studies your expression. You must look quite lost.
Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes?
It's the spring of 51?
That's right, dear.
Hey!
How splendid. Here, take this pen.
Yes!
Knowledge should always be rewarded.
I want a pen! Kind green ape pen.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
I'm going to read these all out because they're funny. Some kind of democracy, maybe? I'd like to think it's a dictatorship of the proletariat, but something tells me it's not. Our leaders are fierce warriors who traverse the plains on the steeds. Civilization cowers before us. We are governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Everyone hustles and grinds like badass visionary. Radios are used to control people's minds and distort our perception of reality, concealing our true masters, foreigners and women. Cop. We are living under the cop regime. Okay, let's try and cut these away. So, I don't think that we're living under the cop regime on the basis that no one particularly likes me and I'm quite pathetic and I don't seem to really have any status. But that could just be me. I mean, Kim talked about how it's important for us to take the body down, so there is some degree of accountability, even if it's just they will all murder us kind of accountability. I don't think that radios are controlling us. That's obviously nonsense. Now, they're governed by intelligent machines that perform calculations to determine the freest market. Now, the thing is, I'm sure that there's definitely people in this world that believe that, but I don't have very much money, and things seem a little grim here so far. So I don't know what to say that that's true either. Then the leaders of fierce warriors that traverse the plains on steeds. That's hundreds of years ago. Or actually, well, it's 51, but I don't actually know what. Like the third, they say the 3rd century. I can't remember what year they said. Or the 3rd decade of the no, because it's 51. So, no one has mentioned democracy. I can't think of any democratic thing that's actually been said. I'm trying very hard to think about it. What has been mentioned is unions. What has been mentioned is police. Have they mentioned political parties? I don't think so. We're saying that the union people killed this person, so the union people have some kind of power, or they think they should have some kind of power. That's the closest thing to a political movement that I can think of. So I'm gonna go with that, but it's really a stab in the dark.
Oh, sweetie. It's really not. There used to be people who thought that way. Other people who wanted those things, but they all went extinct.
Shit, I forgot about the failed revolution.
Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no dictatorship of the proletariat.
Right.
But they still have cops.
Yeah, if there's no government, how come there are cops?
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The Status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution.
Okay, so we're talking like, I was gonna say ISIS, but I don't mean in the what ISIS. So this is a weird thing to say. The way that ISIS sort of started off was as a like a morality police kind of thing, as a kind of close to like the Fingermen in V for Vendetta, as just like sort of kind of cops, sort of religious-y people who had quite a lot of stake within, you know, like local cities and stuff, but were considered sort of kind of broadly harmless, I guess, or at least they weren't considered as serious as they should be. But as soon as like the I guess the Iraq government and later the Syrian government started to fall apart, they took advantage of the lack of government stuff. They were already there waiting to take power, I suppose. And that's when they get much more extreme and start like executing everybody and stuff like that. So I'm like, is it a situation like that? Are we just a sort of, I don't think it would be extreme as that, because like we said, it's not a cop ruling thing. So like, what is it? More like a sort of Discordy thing of like, this is just an old thing that we've kept. The fact that the body's been the body's been there for several days, they said, and we're expected to do something, but it doesn't seem like very urgently. So I guess we're just a sort of like a hangover.
But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
Was this revolution you mentioned?
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago.
Right. You know, it's funny actually that Nicaragua came up, because now I'm thinking like foreign occupation, revolution. Yeah. What's it have to do with there not being any cops?
It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
So, how did I do?
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Who could tell me more?
Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
She turns to the lieutenant.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez.
I'll get going now.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
Right. Ooh, what's that that's lit up? Nosifed? I don't even know what that is. That in my inventory. Items. That's my pen. Clothes, tools. Where did it go? Ooh, some things I can internalize. I want to know where his I want to know where his home is. Let's rewind. Let's retrace your drunken steps back home. Jump across the raised channel bridge of southwest of here. Fall over. Get up. Get off the asphalt. 20 minutes. Shuffle your feet through the courtyards, scaring little children. Go into the great raised motor tract, the 881, until you reach Le Domaine Eminent in North Jamrock. Streets are frozen this time of year, caked with ice. Walk down to Maine, to Perdition. There's a side alley and your footprints in the mud. Let's internalize that. Oh, that's just something I continuously internalize, I guess. All right. What else can I do? I've got a notepad. Find your shoe. I've done that. Sing karaoke. Report your badge missing. Inspect the victim's body. Who made the call? Uses shortwave, which is like a phone type thing. Pay for damages. Get a reality lowdown. Oh, can I mark that as done? I did. I found my other shoe. Right. Anything else to do in here? Let's talk.
Yes?
I think you should know that I can't remember anything.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
I feel like I must repeat this. I don't remember anything. There was heavy drinking involved.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
Oh, don't wound me.
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
But I'm completely lacking in basic information about even this organization we're in. Can you help me?
Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation.
Oh.
Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
Okay.
A moment passes. The lieutenant glances at the sports watch on his wrist.
Tell me about the case.
What do you want to know?
If we're from different precincts, why are we on the same case?
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
Oh, okay. So his precinct wants to show off how good they are, so they've sent their like best, brightest student to show up me, who is just a drunk piece of shit, basically.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression otherwise.
What do you mean?
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it.
You know what I'm in on? Retrograde amnesia.
Better still than an imbecilic cop-off.
Cop-off?
It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim.
You should tell me now, this seems relevant.
Later.
Ah, damn it.
Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case?
Alright, everyone I
Good.
need for now. Can we go through here? Is this where the body is? What's this? Soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone is working. Why is this? I don't understand why that's there. But I think this is the front door, so let's... We spent a long time in this building. Oh, there's all sorts of stuff out here. Is that snow? I did say it was cold. Heap of snow melts in this wheelbarrow. Also, it seems to be raining. Sign reads, "Fuck the police." Nice. Pigs go home. The street name is unintelligible. Illegible, sorry. That's the Whirling in Rags. Close to the winter, please use main entrance. Let's not drift too far because we do need to check that body. Goods from the lorry haphazardly litter the surroundings. Things appear over your head when you're leaving. You should click it. You often unlock new thoughts that way. Well, there was a thing that was like way over my head, but I couldn't see it. Let's check this bin. There are bottles inside. You could pick them up if you had a bag. Right, so there's this big fucking broke. Not trying to backseat you. Yeah, no, that's cool. I wouldn't want to like severely break it by not knowing something so much. It looks like some kind of car's been through here. Oh, as I was leaving, a thing appeared. Well, let me go and get that then. If I can. Oh, yep, there it is. Nope, come back.
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, used on everything from pinball cabinets to full flavor cigarettes.
What are its hallmarks?
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it.
Okay. I mean, right. I was like, toss out the quiz. Profiteers, interesting, because I mean, I guess this universe doesn't have Jewish people, but very often, you know, it's like when everyone was talking about bankers' bonuses, which was a bad thing. I feel like quite a lot of the people talking about it were insinuating other things. Capitalists aren't great. Wait, where do I get such a crown? The idea of a king in the century gone is pretty fascinating. I'd rather know more about the world of today.
The contemporary period stands still. The fated carousel of progress that doomed the royalists is itself winding down. Our time is decelerating into what no one knows.
No royals would be good, presumably. Right, let's go check this body. Everyone's been talking about this corpse. Looks like there's some kid chucking stones at it.
Kuno's got this.
The boy throwing rocks at the dead body can't be older than 12. That doesn't look like a 12-year-old to me. That looks like a... I don't know what that looks like.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid,
Yeah.
then this is it. He's almost exquisite in his ugliness, like a gremlin.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Napacampi? A moment of your time, please.
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong. Throwing rocks.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about.
Juicy what now?
I mean drugs. The kid's on drugs.
The kid's on drugs.
Yeah, Kuno, ride the lightning, Kuno!
Kuno's riding it, see?
Wipes sweat from his brow and sends another rock flying.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Are you kids siblings?
The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
What? No, I'm not. I've got questions for you.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
He's gonna get beaten up by this kid. Who's Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno, pig.
Points to his chest with both thumbs.
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
So you refer to yourself in the third person?
The fuck are you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person.
The first
He
person.
looks slightly confused. Proud he came up with that retort. But right as he's getting distracted, you hear a malevolent hiss from behind the fence.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Sound gets louder as the child shouts at the windows overlooking the yard.
He's got the Kuno, help!
Just answer the questions.
Help! He's digging his dick
Oh
out.
god.
Escalate, Kuno! His dick is out! You're afraid!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
It's full blast now. The wind carries the message far and wide across Martinez.
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
Are you high right now?
Help! Misters, help!
Prances about, eyes bulging out his sockets, rolling hard, yelling at windows.
He's having the time of his life. Total ecstasy. Fuck the pig.
He's flashing Kuno.
Oh,
He's
God.
showing his genitals.
This is
If you
so
don't help Kuno
uncomfortable.
now, it'll be too late.
Biological kid, I haven't done anything to you.
Fucking logical. Help! The logical pig is fiddling Kuno.
I can hear the actor laughing at me now. Oh my god, who put you up to this?
No!
Oh.
Get off Kuno, you sick fat fuck!
The nearly psychopathic way they could slip in and out of the act implies you're not the first victim.
A teenager, or they probably were like 11 or something, has done this to me before. Where like I was just trying to walk across a park, and they just got like really uncomfortably close to me, and then they were like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I was like, "Fuck off, please." It's so uncomfortable. Don't punch him. It's a bad idea.
Look.
Kuno whispers to you as you retreat, vanishingly silent.
For emphasis, a ghost is saying this. A shit-eating psychopathic ghost with an ace up his sleeve.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
Kid's a freak and you loathe the company. I don't know. I think when a kid is awful, it's just very sad because like they don't know anything. They don't even know how to control themselves, and they've been given all of these ideas by people who want to determine what kind of person they're going to be, or even worse than that. People sort of, there's so much like authoritarianism that's used with children all the time. And I know for some stuff it makes sense, like don't fucking touch the fire, you don't stick your hands in the electric socket. You kind of need to be. Well, do you need to be authoritative, or do you need to persuade? That's a very complicated parenting question, but like, they're just stressed. They're just stressed. So whatever they do is like the first thing that they can identify. Although obviously this child's figured out that this is the surefire thing to like make people feel uncomfortable and then sort of have a bit of power. Anyone that's being nasty really is looking to have power in their life. So, like, I don't know. I could never hate a child. Or could I? I don't know. Maybe when I was a child.
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking that.
No. Yes, but I didn't act on it. It was just a fantasy. Yes, how do I get back to it? I want to go back to that before. How did you know that? You can't see in my head. Can you read my mind, Kuno? What? What do I do? Do I lean into it? Do I push out? How do you know that?
I can. Kuno can smell that violent shit. I know what you were thinking. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut his shit down. You know what? You should have hit the Kuno, because now...
Raises his voice again. Don't really hate them, prefer never be environment with them. It's very sad for me because like I wanted to go into childcare. I actually at one point I was fairly sure that was what was gonna be like my job, like career or whatever. Because I was like, someone's gotta look after these children because everyone else is doing such a shit job. And like, especially with teenagers, sometimes all they really just need is space to exist, and that's something that's like constantly denied of them. But when I didn't think I was trans, everyone was like, oh, I don't know, a man being around children were kind of uncomfortable. And now the prevailing accusation that transphobes make is that all trans people are trying to groom children, which is not true. I shouldn't have to say that it's not true. It's you know, it's deliberately the most awful thing that they could come up with, so that even if you don't believe that directly, you still believe a little bit of a thing. Which, as I learned recently, was one of Adolf Hitler's things. And I found that out because TERFs were literally quoting Hitler and saying they agreed with him. Was it yesterday, last night? And that was helping me not sleep. That was great. It's great, you know, when a bunch of fascists stand up and say, yeah, we love Hitler. And then the government says, basically, oh, we support these people. I'm just like, oh... I don't want to die in a fucking death camp 20 years from now. I would like to go back to what things seemed like they were, which was that we could get on with things. I know it wasn't as simple as that, in many ways it was probably worse, but like I really don't want history to repeat itself and just go back to the fucking 20th century. You know, it's don't know if it's a place I really hate. Yeah, it's basically against the theories of Hitler. Good, that's a normal thing. That's the right instinct to have. It's simply because it's the most awful thing that someone can think of. The innocence of a child, and all that sort of stuff. It's the thing that both right and left people are opposed to is child exploitation, except actually the right wing very often are trying to hide their own stuff. The BNP, although people say that the BNP ran out of money and that's what shut them down, I think what really shut them down was just the number of assaulters that they had, child assaulters that they had within the BNP. A lot of them got put into jail. A lot of them went into other right-wing groups, but on the surface of it, it's the thing that everybody says is bad. So if you can position yourself as being an agent of stopping this, supposedly, then it gives you power, I guess. It's very twisted. I'm just gonna get some water. On that bright note, I'm just gonna get some water because I've nearly run out. I'll be right back in just a second. Let me put it on the BRB screen. BRB. Hello. History repeats itself first as a tragedy, then as a farce. It's sort of sad, I think, when you think about history and you're like, it's just repeating itself, but like I sort of found a more like optimistic way of looking at it, which is that there's always going to be, well, there might not always be, but there certainly very commonly is, you know, villains who try to control people and people who suffer, and like different political ideas that take shape and have strength and stuff, and like that goes up and down and up and down. And you know, there's times where people generally don't suffer so much, and then there's times where people suffer a lot, and that's always been changing all the time, even before civilization, you know, right? Most of the stuff that tends to affect us is like social stuff, right? But you know, there's like natural disasters and things. You know, there was ice ages and things like that. So, you know, things come and go. Sorry, I'm gonna turn on the heater because it's cold in here. Very small heater and I couldn't reach it. Yeah, you know. Sometimes it's not as simple as just it's repeating itself. There's so many things that play into it, you know, like a lot of people are like, where are all these transphobes coming from? And it's like, well, it's part of imperialism that we've just let lie here, you know. We have to get rid of one to get rid of the other. Right, let's get called a pedo by this child.
You're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno. Kuno laughs at you. King Kuno!
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch! You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno!
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
The pipo-headed critter. What is a pipo-headed critter?
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Thanks. Nice peepo.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper! You don't know where I come from! You just Kuno's bottom bitch!
Whatever, I had questions about the crime scene.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch.
Okay.
Ask your questions, but remember, This changes shit.
Taps his temporal lobe.
Click, 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 click.
Right. How do we start with this? About the crime scene. Do you kids often play in this yard?
Right, Pig? This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Might have questions later. For now, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Empathy. He spat at the end. Legendary. 8% back down from Kuno. This is a white check. You may retry it. Let's try it.
He's on your
Oh
crime
no!
scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Hey Kuno, do you think you could turn the Kuno down for a moment? Talk like normal people.
Trying to fuck at the Kuno. Trying to fuck at me. Trying to fuck. Kuno only gets higher. It's faster, faster, faster. Can't take the Kuno. Stay out of the reactor.
Okay, so they have reactors.
Kuno gonna fuck you up, 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 up.
Normal is not what we got here. You've got to work with what you have for now.
I have some questions. Oh, it's locked. The body, what do you know about it?
Shitload, Pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
Kim, help me out. What do we want to know?
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
Kuno's fucking.
Oops, accidentally.
Kuno uses the fucking for target practice.
Do you know who he was? Is what I accidentally asked. Spacebar, for some reason, it's pressing it a bit too quickly. I'm going to use clicking
He's
instead.
trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
So you don't know anything?
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch. That's all. Trying to make the Kuno sing into the popo phone.
Popo phone! He shakes his head, clearly offended. Do you know how it got up there?
Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see it happening?
You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional.
The city's too large for him to have left. But he wasn't here either. So where was he?
You didn't really leave the city. Where were you?
Told you, Pig Bacon. Kuno doesn't do regional. Kuno's been to places you wouldn't dream of. Fucking Mesk. Or, I dunno, some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
It's a fictional city name. Night City doesn't exist.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's been fucking up to?
Don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's city. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it. And it's not lame.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno's city, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it is about, at least for the moment. If it's important, it'll come up later. Focus on the case.
The game's like you're just spinning. You don't know what you're doing. Fucking talking to a kid about his imaginary city. Night City's from Cyberpunk. Imagine it's probably from a few things, right? I feel it's got a name of something that sounds very similar. I mean, Sin City would be an example. I'm sure there's some other version, like Dark City, whatever. Have you seen anyone suspicious around? He's gonna say me, isn't he?
Just a couple of pigs sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
I mean, you're right about that.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Oh, okay. So we're just outright with the homophobic slurs this time.
Looks like you're a fagari now, whatever that means. The suspicious question doesn't really work in antagonistic situations.
Hello, Zendaya Abstract. Very good to see you. These children have made me so uncomfortable, but at least, I don't know, I think we got somewhere. Do you know who he was?
Kuno's fucking. Kuno uses
I'm a big wizard.
Thank you for the big wizard. Hello, we actually got this working. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Good to see you, 15 Toads. Worth remembering that the advice you receive in these sections will differ greatly depending on your stats, so don't feel beholden to them. I just think they're quite funny how they're like, come on, get back to the case. Basically, get back to the case.
He's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't know.
I mean, who was he before he died?
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all. Trying to make Kuno sing into the popo phone.
I'm a very smart person who specializes in empathy, which the empathy part is fairly high. I have absolutely no physical skills, and I have very, very, very limited agility skills. I think if I was like interested in potentially mixing intellect with agile stuff because it looks like they combine very well. But I just once it started saying stuff about how clumsy it was gonna be and like how it was gonna get picked on by teenagers, I was like, that would be really funny. But then these fucking kids called me a pedo like 16 times, and I was like, yeah, I get enough of that from adults day to day. It's kind of uncomfortable, but whatever. Yeah, 6 int, 2 psi, 1 physical, 2 mot. The Twitch yes, the Twitch integration is on, even though I don't understand anything about it. Actually, is that a thing you can do on your phone? Because I wonder if it will, I wonder what will happen if I open it up. I tried to do this, yes. I think you did come in for that. I tried to do it on my backup computer, but it turns out my original computer runs it fine. Now you might think, why would my original computer not run it fine? Because the oh, hang on, that's not what I want. Because the graphics card is dying. But I have just received confirmation that they've received the graphics card to fix it, so that's exciting. And they say they'll message me in a couple of days, which I assume means they've got other stuff they need to do first. Oh yeah, there's a little box down there. Disco Elysium Companion. Taking a while to load. Yeah, it's I think it's kind of new actually, from what I heard. Oh yeah, it shows my stats. What else does it do? What happens if I click on this? Ah, I've got a bonus to Encyclopedia because I've had some thoughts. Well, that's cool. Wow, this is quite good actually, isn't it? Journal. Not showing anything right now. It might just be loading. That's cool. That's actually really cool. I'm like, I wish there was stuff like that for some other games actually. I think that works well with this one. Right, where are we? Do you know who he was?
Kuno's fucking.
Right,
He's
yes.
trying to hide the fact.
You don't know
Kuno
anything.
knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a snitch, that's all.
Do you know who he was?
Kuno's fucking.
Okay, okay.
He's trying to hide.
Who was he
Kuno
before he
knows what you
died?
meant. Kuno's not a snitch.
You know how he got up
Probably
there?
planned. Kuno was busy down the road when that shit went down.
You didn't see
You
anything?
ain't Kuno.
The city's too large for him to have left.
Okay, what
I
did
don't
you...
know. Mesko. Or...
There is
Oh,
no
we've done.
Night
Yeah, we've
City
done all this.
anyway.
We've done all
Yeah.
this.
Thanks, Kuno. That's one name you can now
Oh,
cross off your list.
I accidentally missed that there. It said, so you didn't kill him. Kuno didn't smoke him, if that's what you mean. He draws snot up his nose. Thanks, Kuno. That's one name off the list.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
More questions about the crime? I don't think I have any questions.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
There absolutely nothing useful happened in that whole process. Yeah, voice acting is pretty good. Z8 is a cool firm which did loads of free work in the game, including unsexy stuff like translations and optimization. Yeah, it's so very capitalist that the people got basically like hostily pushed out of their company. Something that's actually good. Kid's ladder is rickety but still climbable. Was that ladder always there? Did the children put the ladders? What's this? Oops. Letter R wears a crown. On the ribbon below, a light above descending. The logo is the municipality. Oh, that's a trash canister, basically. Remember to keep out. Yep, I did see that. Ooh, hello. No, that's not what I tried to
There
click.
are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Visual calculus, get an exact count.
Maybe more than
Hey!
12. No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud.
Oh, look at that. He's put little numbers down. Go over them one by one.
1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46?
Wait, which is it?
You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them.
Count more.
5. Another standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same make of boot, but number 41.
Male or female?
Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped.
I'm pretty good, isn't
You're
I?
not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it, and the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange, beautiful way.
So, hyperfocus.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
So, presumably that was the person that was carrying the body.
8. And yet another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
So, potentially someone that walks with a limp. Although, if there's no sign of a stick, then it's not. They don't walk with a stick.
How many?
The lieutenant has been tracking your eyes movement. I can say 8 or 400 million. 8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
The same guys are going back and forth.
I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
Light step, number 41 shoe.
A woman? Or a kid?
Could be a kid.
Okay. How do you know?
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Good. I don't.
Understood. Anything else?
A heavy one. 200 kilogram imprint.
200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
Ah, so the light step could be the person who's been hung. So they were carrying him, and he was, I don't know, maybe he was beaten already before they actually put him up there. Visual calculus moments. This game is some of your favorite. It's exciting. It's nice to be able to crunch into the data, so to speak.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Actually, let me just look that up, because I know pounds, I don't know kilograms. For some reason, even though, well, people use stones, and then it's like, well, how do you make that work? 200 kg in pounds. I have a feeling that that's like 500 and. Surely not. Is it 2.4? 440 pounds. It's not that unlikely. People are heavier than you think. Yeah, they would be fat, but like, well, I guess they'd be kind of fat. But I think it's probably someone was carrying.
Possibly, yes.
Given that they've all got work boots.
But why?
Would be 30 odd stone. It's possible. Though everyone's supposedly like poor, so Not to say that it's complicated. Weight's not necessarily, and we can go down this rabbit hole, but I think it's just someone is getting carried. Why did they have to carry him?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe the victim wasn't conscious?
Even easier to carry on a stretcher,
Hmm.
or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see?
An aberration. One soul is smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Odd Soul.
You have any ideas, Lieutenant?
Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
What?
He regrets it the moment he says
I was like, yeah, I was like, how? What are you talking about? Don't say anything, just nod.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of
Oh,
dock
fuck
workers.
him.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Huh. Interesting. If only I'd come up with that idea.
he doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead. The machines are silent. The engines are all turned off.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
Yes, prudent.
Mm-hmm.
The lieutenant writes the information down in his notebook, then reverts his tracks in the mud. How old do you think these tracks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Wow.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy.
I think you have a firm understanding of what happened here.
The lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself. I doubt, perhaps, it would be unprofessional of him to be sure of himself at such an early stage of the investigation.
Either way. What else?
We've been through all of it. What's this I've just noticed over here in this corner? Winch mechanism has been oxidizing for some years, so presumably wasn't used. What's all these things I can see but not reach? Am I supposed to get through them at a different angle? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, I guess it would make sense to try and see this at different angles to see what we can learn. Ooh, hello. Ladders for kids. It wouldn't hold the weight of a grown man. I mean, we did say we had some very soft... They didn't make a child tie the thing, did they? Or is this just always been like that? I don't know. You can press a button, I think it's control, maybe shift to highlight all the interactive. Yeah, I think it was tab for... Ooh, hello. Some money. And some magnesium. This helium. So I couldn't actually find where the items went that I got before. Unless there's a different thing. THC. Or does he just instantly take it? Wasn't sure if I knew. Yeah. But that was a good... We've already seen the tracks. Oh, hello. That's why that thing had a thing on it, isn't it?
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags. There's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at you, trash container? You're just a trash container.
The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Lieutenant, what do you think could be in there?
Trash, food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
Yeah, I feel like there's something in there.
What do you mean, feel?
Like an extra sensory perception. Whatever in there holds a special significance. No, it's just a hunch. Maybe someone threw something in there.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get the lock open?
We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea.
Yeah, that's funny that that's still an option though. Presumably you can just break it and not talk to him.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think.
Take one step closer.
Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
Just want to ask you some questions.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
That's strange words you use, girl. What are strange
I come
words?
from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Come from the woods.
Don't be traumatizing here. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay. Kinda hate you both. Even though I sort of get it. Like, you're both traumatized. So that's why you stick together. Ooh, hello.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Well, we could just press all the buttons, but I don't think that we need to do that. So I guess, what's this main hall one? Let's see what that does.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you.
What's this empty card?
This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Are there any names I recognize? I wonder if that...
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid game.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Try to impersonate Kuno. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck off, pig. I'm Kuno. I don't give a shit. Let me in.
Pardon? This is not Kuno. Who is this? Please just stop calling here.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Whoever call IC.
Silence. No one.
Yeah, okay. I don't imagine any of them will come up with... Actually, I probably should talk to them to see if they saw anything, right?
Box with a matrix of... You ring the door.
Yep.
What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone.
Andrew Orlando Hair SCA. Artemitep. I noticed they do seem to, like, you would normally expect to see something like Artemis, but the Itep is almost like a sort of Egyptian thing. I've noticed a few times they seem to have words like blended together like that.
All you hear is static, but no one. You ring the doorbell.
Nope.
You wait for a minute or two. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Hello, is there anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
This is a woman's voice, crackling and fragile for the static. You come to place an order.
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
Hello, yes, could you let me inside the building, please?
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Sorry?
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Do we know each other?
Michelle, just please.
He stops and you can hear her breathe heavily, her breath distorted by ancient static.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Well, this obviously isn't a normal phone call, is it? Of course I care, I've just been going through some tough time.
Ever since I came to live here, as if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
Listen, I'm gonna hang up now.
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Oh, please don't cry.
She doesn't answer.
You still there?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
What just happened?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Alright, goodbye then.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call
What the
box
fuck was
read,
that all about?
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers you.
Wait, what was that one that did pick up
Old
actually? I do
call
want to
box
try that
with
one again.
silence.
Oops, not that one.
No, nothing happens after you hear the same wait.
Okay, never mind. I was hoping someone would be in. Wasn't hoping for whatever the fuck that was. Which presumably only I can hear, because Kim seemed to regard me rather strangely when I did that. What's this, a
This
newspaper
Post
stand?
Lavantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Good mail delivery box, pat the box. Fuck you, mail delivery box, kick it. Good mail delivery.
The
Alright.
box seems happy.
Box seems happy. I'm just losing it.
Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
I feel you, mail collection box.
The mail collection box seems
It healed my morale.
So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
Alright. That's very strange. What is this? Book has a rose, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. Oh, they're selling Pulp Fiction, I guess. The cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. Who are you?
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
The young girl with chubby red cheeks waves at you, smiling. Her nose is also red from the cold. Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
She stomps her feet a little to feel warmly. What kind of store is this, anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
You did a playthrough where your volition was dead low, and whenever any kind of setback or insult came my character's way, he would simply die? Wow. I'm interested in how many fail states there are. That's quite funny. Crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Books, postcards, easy. Even a kid would know all of this.
Seems inappropriate to lecture this girl.
Don't be a fool. As an expert, it's your duty to tell what you know to everyone.
I didn't tell you what to do.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here silently for a while now.
It's okay if I ask you some questions.
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
Well, let's start with asking the question that she wants to hear. Who are these famous people?
Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them.
Scratches a cold reddened cheek and then continues.
I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Right, a different question in mind. What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
I mean, yeah, they are all like that. I mean, they are all like that. It's true, literally. I mean, name me any romance ever. I think you died of embarrassment at one point in your playthrough. Gosh, I can't wait.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
Poor lady getting a rich man. Yeah, no, I guess so. What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written very well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Yeah, you think she has one of an excruciatingly... No, maybe I will.
I'm sure she can help out.
Uh,
Anything else you're curious about?
That's enough romance
Maybe
questions.
some about other books?
What's this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Wait, not crime fiction. I need to know what crime is. It's that bad. You point to your head.
Crime is what we were solving.
Oh no, Kim. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get my minder involved. Why would I want to read about crime?
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman, by the way.
You don't look much like a policeman.
She examines you as if to find something a policeman like. Well, what does a cop look like?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
Points to a book cover in which you see a strapping Versatine officer. Vespertine? That's another word I've not seen ever before. He stands grimly over the body of a dead woman. It's your body that's important to police work, it's your point to your head.
Head? Yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Flexibility. There are millions of different people. Flexibility. There are millions of different people out there and you have to get into their heads. Sometimes you gotta be the killer to catch the killer.
Isn't that very dangerous?
Policemen live and breathe danger, little girl. Mullen obviously lacks the chameleonic skill.
Unlike you, sir.
Why am I just
He's
boasting
a fictional
to this
character.
child?
He's no match for you.
I hate this.
Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Composure, I'm gonna deduce something now. No, let's not do that. What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance.
Plaisance.
She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
Girl gazes at the window, then suddenly jolts, her eyes wide, as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing in the cold here because...
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold. Can I help in some way? I could help by brutally dismantling the free market. Shut up.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
There's no what else to say.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Let's have a word with the store owner, maybe.
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have some hot juice in my vacuum bottle to keep warm.
Shouldn't you be at school or something?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't school more important than this?
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
How is the business going?
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed? In what way?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Bankrupt?
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
I don't think curses are real.
They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
There must be an economic reason for this.
Let's not too deep into it with a child. One could say entire economies are doomed to tend to crash. Regular trading of things just doesn't work out for most people.
Of course, sir.
Let's try and deduce something. You saw that she's cold and she's afraid of the curse.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden. Why is that?
Hey, why do you keep your hands folded?
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going.
You can show them to me.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. A facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
Bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
You want more? I bet I can figure out why you bite your nails. I got a few reasons in mind.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
You're uptight because of your mother and that's putting pressure on you.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Either way, another ace deduction by the #1 detective in town.
It was okay, sir.
She's still got a little rebellious streak.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You think so? Fine. Do better. Deduce something about me.
You're quite sober.
She snaps back quickly.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He
is intensely not
flinching. It takes effort.
How do you know that I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
And I'm having a grand time.
I sure hope you are, sir.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar. Somehow, there's something you're missing.
What am I missing? Why does this feel familiar?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding the register, or organising the stock.
The girl gazes at the window, suddenly jolts, eyes wide as if recalling something.
Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters.
Kind of you to offer.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Oh, no, sir. I'm happy to help Mum by luring in customers. Besides, I have...
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How? You must have forgotten something you heard again.
Damn it. I was working my way up to figure out what was going on with that. Oh well. Every single interaction I have with like any person, I always think it's just gonna be like a hey, how are you? And then it's like this full, like, maze, essentially, is what I would think of it as. Book about Patty. Book about Boredio culture. It promotes freedom and roaming upstream. About the future, the government reads your mind using radio technology. Yeah, let's take a step inside. We need to know more information about what's going on. Just like browse a little bit. Gift book and molten candy. Is that a thing? Molten candy? Oh, this is quite pretty, isn't it? The book collects the national recipes. I've been reading too much. Recipes of Ada. Alright, let's talk to this person.
Welcome to Crime, Romance,
Oh, it's
and
her.
Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
She looks annoying.
Be welcome, and please take responsibility
Responsibility for the energy you bring into the
this
space. So you were the owner of the store?
I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Yeah, we talked to her before through the doorbell. Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
So these are the answers. 1. The way you're handling strikes me is wrong. 2. Annette is quite the trooper. She's a great value add. 3. I'm here to dismantle the free market and abolish child labour. 4. All this pressure has made her really anxious. You know, she's been chewing her nails. Do I want to tell someone who has a huge amount of negative energy control over someone that about something personal like that? I mean, we've already said that she's doing a good job. Yeah, let's give it a go. All this pressure's made her really anxious. You know, she's been chewing her nails.
God. Ugh. I've told her not to do
damn
that.
it.
It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
No, you're not supposed to be anxious.
A part of hers too, clearly.
Oh. I don't think she can do anything about it.
She can, if she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
It does, but people don't.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it.
Ooh, Kim
You are
stepped
placing
in.
an unnecessary burden on a young child.
Yeah, you know this type. Yeah. Lots of parents, certainly. Or teachers. Or many, many adults in any situation. They control children. Yeah, I think there is a slight use of that kind of person. It's just they're never put in the right situation, which is I think the more urgent that a person behaves towards people should match the urgency of the situation. You shouldn't be getting shouted at for things that are like mistakes, you know? You should be getting shouted at because you're in danger and you need to get out of danger, because that's the way that your brain will respond to that, you know? So like, I don't know. I was gonna say like what would be a good position for someone like that? I was gonna say something medical, but then I can think of loads of places where that it wouldn't work. But yeah, potentially. So you know, like someone that's just like administering vaccines or something. Like, come on, you know, just let's get through it. I don't know. I'm trying to see the good in everybody. What do I want to say? Because the thing's Kim stepped in now, and I want to impress Kim by showing him how I care about children. Jack Barrow from 24. presumably your favorite character from fiction. I don't know who that is. Let me type that down. Oh, 24. Is that the... Is that BBC show? No, it's Fox. Why did I think it was BBC? BBC must have shown it at some point. He just looks like... I'm like... He just looks like a guy. He's just a man. Hello, I'm man. Bauer's frequent use of torture to gather information has generated much controversy. Right, okay. Toys. Oh, because, like, comic book sort of stuff. Wait, he's got a video game? That doesn't look like him at all. Looks like that. He's in The Simpsons! Okay. It's a post 9/11 terrifying fantasy. Well, they all are, aren't they? What if the terrorists got their hands on a nuke? Oh, sorry. So a nuke is a bad thing. The nukes are bad, right? That's what you're saying. No, just when the terrorists have them. Okay, well, how do you define a terrorist? Because according to America, it's protesters. Which, according to every state ever, it's protesters. Let's be honest. Right, passive aggression seems like it won't work. What you are doing are wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything. Or that is true and obviously the will of the market. But maybe make an exception for your daughter. It seems like that's the one that's gonna appeal to her better than the other ones, so... Is this a thing that I can make? What does this do? Can I make people... Can I use this to make people vote? Is this work? Can we vote on this? I know it doesn't seem like, in the grand scheme of murder, a very important thing, but I've suddenly... I'm trying to be as invested in every situation as we come across them. Ooh, tinnitus. That works. If you ever get tinnitus, some people say do like a cup with air, but to be honest, I just put my hand over my ear until I can hear my heartbeat, and that usually makes it go away. Because I think tinnitus is actually, I haven't looked this up scientifically, but I get the impression that it's like a feedback loop from you hearing your heartbeat and trying not to hear it. So a notable right-wing Twitter guy claimed pit bulls should be banned in the US. Someone said there are 20 million in the country and cause 20 deaths a year. He replied saying, how many deaths do they have to cause for you to care? Which was an impressive distance for a big guns guy. So the reason that pit bulls are considered to be so dangerous is because of how commonly people had them in black neighborhoods. That's the one-to-one reason. There was a pretty big campaign against them about the same time as all of Reagan's stuff. They are not the most dangerous animal, and people say, oh well, they were bred for fighting. That's sort of true about every single dog. The most dangerous dogs actually are things like poodles, Dalmatians, and huskies, although generally that's from mistreatment more than anything. If you take care and love a dog, it will just be a nice dog. There's nothing about pit bulls that's particularly worse. People get very nasty about it, and in some cases will even just go out and kill pit bulls because they're like, well, they're obviously bad, but the origin of that is racism. So now if you ever hear someone say that about pit bulls, you can know in your heart that the origin of that is racism. Dogs are just dogs, really. The only dog that's really that distinctly different from any other dogs is the Chihuahua, and that's probably because it's been separated from a lot of other breeds for a long amount of time. Because dogs have been with people for thousands of years, thousands, 20,000, 40,000, a long time. You hear a lot about them eating babies. The people like the Daily Mail love to talk about that stuff. It's complicated because it's not that no dog has ever eaten a baby, but to be honest, the dog was probably pretty fucked up, you know? In the same way, human beings have eaten babies, but that doesn't mean we should kill every human in case they eat a baby. What we should do is try to stop the things that lead to eating babies, I guess. Plus, most of these stories, I imagine, are also not true. There was some whole thing with the dingo that ate the person's baby, which everyone assumed wasn't true, but then I think later they found the corpse of the dingo and proved it, or something. Yeah, also, it's statistically, like, one case is really not enough. Here's in the Meryl Streep film. Yeah, I think that helped spread it a lot. No one thinks to just look after the dogs so they don't act up. Yeah, well, because it's easier to just sort of have a knee-jerk reaction to something. People don't think very critically at all, and I found myself, I try to think critically, but I do notice that there's a lot of information of like, this feels like a cool piece of information I can tell someone, and 100% of the time the information that I hear from a random person that tells me turns out to be wrong, and when it's something I've looked up for myself, I'll get the right answer. Good example, I think me and Taki were talking about, so there was this quote from an Aboriginal Australian who said, an Indigenous Australian who said that Aboriginal Australians got rights because of the Flora and Fauna Act, which was sort of a very quick way of saying that Aboriginal Australians don't have many rights. There was no such act, but what was interesting is that about 10 years later there were some flora and fauna laws that changed that did also include some slightly better rights for Aboriginal people in a very complex sense, because I think it was to do with like land management and stuff like that. So there's like a little bit of truth in it, but the original thing that it came from. But, you know, because that was something that someone had told me and I just heard it, I didn't look it up for myself. I was essentially perpetuating this sort of incorrect information. There's also stuff about, like, swallowing spiders. I need to find the Wikipedia page of common misconceptions. It's an amazing page that will change your life, because it's absolutely full of them. Just to give you a quick example... Yeah. Common misconceptions. Let's try and go. So here's one that I didn't know. I've been telling people this. Banana flavored candy was not intended to mimic the taste of a formerly popular variety of banana. The reason banana candy tastes different from bananas is it's mainly flavored with only one of the many flavors a banana has. I thought it was extinct bananas that we didn't have anymore. Let's try and find some other thing. 420 did not originate from the Los Angeles Police or Penal Code. The California Penal Code 420 prohibits the obstruction of access to public land. The use of the 420 started in 1971 San Rafael High School, where a group of students would go to smoke at 4:20 p.m. I knew that one, but there's loads of stuff like crap was nothing to do with crapper. Rule of thumb is to do with measuring various trades. Xmas is not to take Christ out of Christmas, because the X symbol is actually Christos in Greek, which is the Greek symbol for Christ. So it isn't. There's loads of stuff. Honestly, there's more stuff that could be in here. I was interested to learn about Buddhai, who everybody thinks, you know, you see this image, you say, oh, that's Buddha. No, it's actually Buddhai. Yeah, he's not a Buddha. Although I got into a deep rabbit hole because it was he did, as he died, claimed to be a manifestation of there's like a future Buddha that's not happened yet, that's supposed to happen in like 40,000 years or something. What else have we got? Oh, most Mormons don't actually do polygamy anymore. Now this is one I'm not sure about, because I'm pretty sure I remember this being a thing. The so-called nuclear Gandhi glitch in which a peaceful leader, Mahatma Gandhi, would become unusually aggressive if democracy was adopted did not exist. I could have sworn, but apparently this was an internet meme in 2012. I could have sworn I'd spoken about it before. But there you go. Apparently it's in 2012 in UV tropes. I swear, yeah. Huh. There are only 3 possible levels of aggression, which he shared with a third of all leaders. Okay, well, there we go then. I felt very strongly that was true, but it turns out not to be. I wonder if it's got the flora and fauna thing. Flora and fauna? Oh, there is fauna, but it's not that. There's other stuff that's not on. I've noticed that Wikipedia, the one group of people that Wikipedia very often doesn't seem to have information from is indigenous people. Wikipedia is very white and European, but you should definitely check this page out, because I guarantee there will be at least one thing in your life that you think very firmly that you believe is true, and it will tell you that it's not. And that's very interesting. Right, let's go back to this. Make exception for your daughter.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. 10 or so seconds pass without change. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
Yes!
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologise.
Yes!
She must be freezing out there.
Yes! Yes! I'm so excited. We did it. We fucking got it. Oh. Because I was so sad for this child. I'm glad she was just chewing her nails, because I honestly thought it was going to talk about some kind of self-harm or something. But I was going to get really sad. But we did it. We got her back in. What's this that you just linked me? Styrofoam peanuts? Oh, it's a cat covered in styrofoam peanuts. Thanks for that. That'll be my new desktop background.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we got this kid in the warm.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Hang on, let me just read this again so I don't say something really rude. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind, all this stress. You're like Annette to your husband and your... Maybe I should say that. Because it's like, yeah.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
My husband is completely different, of course.
Wait, I like how the empathy is just getting, like, touchy with it. Is this husband Annette's father?
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Couronne.
Grand Couronne? What's that?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects. Most of the buildings are empty at the moment.
Oh my god.
It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
Why are they empty? The husband's also involved in the bookstore? He
made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Oh.
Super silent. Almost
inaudibly so. This is a funny game. A lot just because of the sort of like biting remarks. She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course.
Common misconception that Cat is actually Chester Arnold, the 16th Prime Minister of Canada. Must leave at this time. Thanks for seeing. Good night. Oh. See you later, Taki. Thanks for being here. I'll probably be ending fairly soon. Give it another half an hour, I think. I tried to figure out how I would fit this game into several streams. Although I'm not exactly playing it very quickly, so who knows how long it will take. But this is the thing, I'm streaming until the graphics card comes. And then we'll be doing GTA and Rust. Although I'm kind of going off Rust just because... a lot of reasons. There's too much to talk about right now. Mostly just because I feel like I've done everything.
I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
Oh dear.
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Is she an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
Why not?
We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. Quite busy. Children are a lot of work. You don't look like a father, so I don't expect you to understand.
I don't know, he kind of looks like my dad a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you do understand.
It's alright. I had something else in mind.
The woman looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
What if I want to buy a book?
Then why are you talking to me? Everything is on the shelves to browse. Don't you feel compelled to buy anything? See those shelves there? Go. Be drawn.
What kind of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
Alright, I'll take a look.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Well, for now, book peddler. This seems kind of rude to say, but... Aw, we did it. We got a kid inside. In the warmth.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework. I have so much homework now.
She's doing her homework.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
What are you doing now?
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess.
I'm just thinking of fucking Rishi Sunak with it's like, oh, we'll just make everyone do maths. Because obviously he thinks that just learning maths will make you rich. No, I think I have a better understanding of the class system than Rishi does, to be honest, and which is far more likely to make me rich or not rich if that's a thing where it should be aiming towards. I can't do maths for shit. I don't know anything. I kind of stopped doing it in year 8 because it became too difficult and I got embarrassed, so I just hid my maths book.
Oh, I found something while you were away.
What is it?
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out.
Give me a
Not
hat.
me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
A detective hat?
Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the time. You'll look way more serious with that. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
What are you missing here? Why does this feel familiar?
Because you know each other.
Oh.
She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Hang on, so you know me? We've met before?
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time. Before Mother told me to focus on my homework. You've been running around all week, sir. Sometimes without your
Sometimes
shirt,
without your shirt on.
Asking people questions. I haven't really understood what about.
Did they ever talk to you?
Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
Thank you, I'm trying.
Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes?
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
Like, out of nowhere, the electrochemistry's just like, yeah, let's do some drugs. I guess it is a bit like that though, isn't it? Especially when you... Yeah. I mean, I've been partaking in narcotics.
Oh, baby. That's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
So why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin with?
I didn't know I had to do that.
Thanks. I've learned something about myself today.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
He's got the need for speed. But see you around in it. I want to put this hat on. Yeah, it's kind of corny. Put it on, put it on, put it on. Yes! Yes! Yeah, I'm a big stereotype or whatever, but I've got a fucking hat. I'm pleased. Right, let's take a look around. I might conclude it pretty soon, just because I'm like... It does take a long time to do anything. It's not a super fast-paced game.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Stocky, what's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Note, reading about Dick Mullen will not actually make you a better detective.
Let's have a look.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers.
I mean, there's a lot to unpack with that.
These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work.
True.
Glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends.
But police don't really do that, to be honest.
What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives.
I mean, that's true.
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure
You
thing.
see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Yes. There's also The Dame Who Did It.
Oh,
Farewell,
I skipped a
my
bit.
Mullen.
Oh no, turns out you
Faking
faked it to
death
solve a
seems
case.
to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The Morbid Tales of Dick Mullen. A Dark Tide Turns. Tragedy Calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Reaction speed. Who is Dick Mullen?
Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence.
Alright, does this speak to me?
Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
It's gotta be something else.
Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere.
That's not either.
Is it because the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover is giving you a hard-on?
What? That's definitely not happening.
Yes, it is. The bulging
Oh,
reflex
no.
is embarrassingly obvious. Relax. It's not that bad. Also, this
What
means
the
your blood flow
fuck?
is returning to normal. Good news.
He's got a fucking boner looking at the crime novel.
Something the matter, detective?
Not get Kim involved. Kim, would you describe this woman as a smoking dame?
The lieutenant narrows his eyes and contemplates the book for a moment.
I would certainly say she fits the description, providing that's your type.
Locked. I want to buy this. I can't do it. Let's just face away from Kim for a little bit. It's a tome of fascist magic, rather candid. What does that even mean?
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
So I'll keep everything of note in this shelf.
I would say The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education.
Wish that were true.
The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
Okay, do you recommend
Certainly. It's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
I thought things were pretty chaotic, but alright.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
I don't have any money.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Insulinda. That's kind of nice to say.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme, Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Can you see his cities on the islands?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
Look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called.
There's a lot in this game where I'm forced to acknowledge that I'm not as smart as I think I am, and that just trying to piece together all of the conceptual stuff that they're talking about, and some of the words that they use and some of the phrases and the things. I have to really think about it to understand it. And I think I'm a smart person, and people tell me I'm a smart person. I'm looking at this and I'm like, sometimes really it's challenging for me. But there's a lot to think about. So there's a series of islands, and we're on an island. and it's sort of like it's populated in the same sense that like the area around Indonesia, I imagine, is because that's like archipelagos and islands and stuff. There's almost 1 billion people in that whole area, but then everything's sort of in French. Yeah, I'm sure that'll make more sense as time goes on, but that's a lot of information to take in, especially new names that I've never seen before.
Connections
Because
to
every
other
single time I
worlds.
have to.
Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
Okay. That's like the continent, I guess. And then Revachol is the capital of this island or whatever.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance.
That's a nice name.
Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction.
I mean, that's very much what London looks like. If you see London map. Actually, it would be even better if we go on. Please don't dox my location. I mean, it's centered on Sheffield, which I already say is where I live, so it would have been fine. But you can't see the river so much. But this idea of this, you know, this big estuary separating all of the things, and then all the bridges like stitching it back together. There's so many bridges, which of course Big Ben temporarily closed. Are they still not finished fixing that? Yeah, what a place London is. There's something that sort of stresses me. As I've gotten older about London, and it's not just London, it also stresses me about Manchester as well, is that it's so impossible to tell what is and isn't the city. So like, especially when it's got like really like strong transport links. It's sort of like all of Greater London basically is London, even though it sort of isn't at the same time. We don't have this with Sheffield. Partly I think it's because of the Peak District. It's like, well, it would make sense to build in that direction, but it's all greenbelt, so it's like, what the fuck you do? Like, even these buildings, it's a bit like, actually that's not greenbelt because that's farmland. This would be greenbelt. So we hit a reserve there. But you'll notice Rotherham is sort of connect. Look, it's just a solid line over to Rotherham. Now, personally, although Meadowhall was like a Sheffield construction, it's considered to be Rotherham. And like Valley Entertainment, it's sort of, we're not sure. You can get a tram there from the Sheffield Centre. It would be great if we had trams going to the other places, because the way that Sheffield's always been is there's been these big roads and then everything else is just filled in between. I was going to show you a place where I lived, and then I was like, actually I shouldn't do that. Yeah, and then everything else is just filled in. But you can see it's very much going in that direction. You can see this also with Leeds and Bradford. They're further apart, but you can see that there's obviously this connection coming together, and there's sort of there's not quite a, there is a bit of a greater Leeds area. I mean, if you look at all this, but it's not quite at that level. But people often say Leeds and Bradford in the same breath. And then if we want to look on an even bigger scale, Liverpool and Manchester are obviously in the process of eventually they'll be connected. Although if you really, really, really want to see this stuff, we want to go to New York, which is obviously just so fucking huge. So, for example, Jersey City, it is right across. You would think it would be the same, but it's actually an entirely separate state. But there's just so much built up here. Obviously this is Manhattan. It's considered an island, but like it seems like it's connected. And then of course I didn't realize Long Island, how fucking long it was. It's all New York State, but it's its own place. It's entirely. Just look how fucking built up this is. All you can see is concrete. Just that's the only thing. Except for occasional little bits like this. Although that's just because they planted some trees. The spread of people is very interesting. Because then when you look really far away, you can start to see, you know, the color change. Even though it's huge. I think about when you get fucking fascists and stuff that will be like, oh, Britain's full and stuff, and it's like, think how many people live in London and that's all it is. Look at all of this space and it's barely even changed.
Wanted more.
Cat, hello! Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. We're getting pretty close to the end of the stream, but I've been playing Disco Elysium, which is quite a slow-paced, cerebral kind of game. But we managed to get a little kid out from the cold and into her mum's bookstore, and she gave us a hat, so I felt very good about that. Hope you had a good day. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very pleased that I was able to get this to work. Oh, we'll have to stop soon. It's 8. Fuck. So we'll finish up in the bookstore, and then I think we'll go to raid. You just got back. Oh, you'll have to watch the VOD if you want to see. But it's a slow pace. It's like I say, it's a slow paced game. It's not for everybody. I did manage to kill myself the character a few times at the beginning of the game, which was very funny, by giving him a heart attack. Apparently you can die of embarrassment as well, so that's quite funny.
To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Rivershell East. We're
learning about the geography of the place that we're in, which is very confusing to me. Because there's just so much information.
Houdon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forburg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
This is a common thing in city buildings, especially with prevailing wind directions. Determines how wealthy the people are that live there. And often, yeah, sometimes as simple as a river, the difference between it will be different neighborhoods and stuff.
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Rivershell Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
I'm also trying to remember where he lives, because he was alcoholic and he drank until he forgot who he was, which is like the start of the game, which is interesting because then you get to determine what kind of person he is based on how you behave.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48.
It's the year 51.
Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbour, even the whirling in rags there.
Can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the one in Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be.
That's weird.
From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Can we steal it? Very low chance. Let's try and steal it.
You peek at the storekeeper,
Hey!
waiting for her to be distracted. When she's not looking, you deftly rip the map off the bulletin board and pocket it.
Brilliant.
You're now the proud owner of a map of Martinez, which, to be honest, did not even cost that much.
I have so little money though, so... Well, that was good. Right, what else is there to do here? What's this? Another boring book.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Storekeep, what books are these?
Tom, sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free.
Okay.
I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Opening a police store next door. What?
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind.
Wholeness, unity, and balance.
The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
Oh.
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
So we're talking about the wellness industry.
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium.
Okay.
It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Let's have a proper look about.
You sense something ominous
Damn it.
emanating from the shelf, but it lacks form and substance. And soon enough, you lose track of it.
Does seem like it keeps giving me opportunities to look at. It says paranatural, which I assume was like paranormal, but I think it's more than that, right? What's this do? Everyone knows the most interesting things about fascists was their magic. What does that mean? I mean, that's something we'll need to learn more about, I guess. Is there magic in this world? Behind this curtain.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains? Reference to Nazis living a cult? Maybe. The way it's prefaced though makes it sound like they, I don't know, like they do magic tricks or something.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books.
A spell?
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
What are the
Inhabitants
Seminese?
of Ile de Fantôme The Seminine Islands, down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
I'm going to pull open the curtains.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand is closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
It's about the curse? Is this why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
It's different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in there.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The thing is, I'm like, it's probably nothing, but what the fuck? I need to know. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
Nah.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Right, so let's go talk to her about these curtains. What the fuck? I wasn't expecting to find... I thought we were... Once we done the child thing, I thought that was it. Are we gonna... Are we a ghost detective?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Why are you so uptight about the curtains? I just want to know what's on the other side.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of.
If it's just a storage room, then why does it have a Semini's ward protecting it?
It's just for decoration.
She wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped smile, then something breaks.
Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing.
Right.
Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined
Ruined everything? You sought help from anyone?
Yes. I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinket on the curtains.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
This is interesting because obviously they don't live in a particularly great area. I mean, like 2 doors down someone was murdered very publicly and it was just left there. So like, this doesn't seem like it's a great area. But rather than accept that, you know, you're not really going to sell them any books, she's instead sort of leaning on this belief of if it's being cursed and that's the thing that's stopping. Is that why she put so much pressure on her daughter as well? Because she's like, people really do cling to stuff like that. I think I don't know. Actually, honestly, it makes me think a lot about like the number of people that don't believe that COVID is real. And on the one hand, I'm like, that's really awful. People are genuinely dying. But another part, I'm like, yeah, because it's not something, you know, you go to school, let's go get a job one day, we're gonna work at an office sort of thing. It doesn't really prepare you for the idea that, like, you know, like a quarter of your neighbors are gonna die to something invisible that you can't see, right? So of course people cling to more comforting ideas. Nobody wants to sit down and go, something is very sad. And if the sad thing is, this just isn't a great place to have a bookstore, right? It probably is just an empty room, but it's weird that she said that no one's been killed there.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
She peers at the curtain again.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annette mentioned that the previous tenants experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Oh my god. They worship capitalism more than I have previously realized. I know there was all this stuff that they were talking about, like the 5th century equivalent of like Genghis Khan Crusaders brought sort of capitalism with them, but like this is almost to like what's the fucking Ferengi levels of sort of you know what I mean? Planet Earth is a bad place to open a bookstore. Why are they so mean to the cacodemon? That just mean poop demon. It's not just a demon. I guess we'd say, what would we say? We get like demigods. What would we say? Oops. What would we say for demons? Like there's some we've got some word like that in our language.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Strange, I feel don't mean no, I'm not gonna.
She nudges her glasses, anxious and tense.
Why don't you tell me right away about the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Gosh, she's really is deep into this.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yeah, I do. Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Oh no. See, this is the sort of stuff like you never really want to get too deep into someone's psyche, I don't think, because like people will just say some nice things like, aren't you compelled to buy some books? And it's like it's this whole fucking ideology in it that she's like, I mean, it's no different than, I suppose, people. No, this isn't Roscoe's channel, so we have no Ferengi references. Except for the one I just made, I suppose. You know, when you really start to peel back stuff of like what people believe, not everybody believes. I don't think there's anybody that perfectly believes is perfectly rational, right? I think for me personally, I know it's not real, but it's weirdly comforting, and it's something I think about a lot, is the idea that like all the suffering I have in life is just sort of a test of my character kind of thing. A lot of religious people believe things like that. I don't actually believe it, but I think it all the time because it's easier than dealing with the idea of just like random disappointing existence. You know, everybody's like got, you don't want to peel too far back into it because eventually you'll find something that's just like hope for humanity was a fantasy. If humanity had no hope, it would be dead, and it is not. The fact that we are alive is proof of our persistence, so I hope that helps you. Right.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store.
Oh no.
I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Oh no, that's just nonsense enough. This is also a reason why you get deals that are 33, 15, buy 2, 1, whatever, is because they're not really savings. In fact, they do compel people to buy more than they would have bought in the first place on the basis of getting a sale. I did notice that things that were sold in farm foods were the same price as they were in Tesco when there was a deal applied to them in Tesco. So it's a big cheat, isn't it?
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
Yes.
Doesn't seem like the spell is working. There are no customers around except you.
There's hardly any customers in this store. Do you really think it's working?
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid.
Yeah, Martinez doesn't seem like the best place
You're
for
right.
a bookshop.
The bookstore wasn't even my original plan. I actually wanted to sell esoteric paraphernalia to help to balance out this neighborhood's dark energies.
A trinket shop is better. I mean, let's just humor it and say what happened.
My husband suggested otherwise. He said it's less stupid, more appropriate, cultured and all that. But being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the curse, does it? Maybe I shouldn't have listened to him after all.
I mean, it does in the sense that you learn that curses aren't real. Right, but let's continue because this is teaching me a lot about how to be diplomatic with people, I think. You humour them a little bit, even if... would you like me to take the case? I could investigate to see if the curse is real.
No, certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Yes! Very high chance of success.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
You've definitely seen some charlatans. Sense the psychic animations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
I admit I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spiritual realm is so parapsychologically taxing.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
No, I cannot say D-bad. Oh god, I'm gonna have to say some just racist nonsense on here. Your wards brought me in here in the first place. The Seminese blood also runs through me.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Just ask my partner, Kim. He'll vouch for me.
Oh,
oh no!
I can assure you, he is a police officer. Very knowledgeable.
For fuck's sake, Kim. I mean, it's my fault.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
On my honour.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Oh?
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
The entity?
Yes, a malignant entity that lives inside the chimney. It takes the form of a woman. A witch, most likely. She or it must be connected to the curse somehow.
See, I don't really know which answer to do for this, because I've got chimneys aren't big enough for that, or chimneys the passage between heaven and hell, of course. The thing is, the chimney does go up to the sky, and the bottom of the chimney is a fire, and it just is silly enough to work. So I guess we're gonna say that.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous.
We're investigating a murder, by the way.
She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there.
The thing is, this is probably turn out to be something relevant. That's the reason I'm pursuing this. Something is, if not going on, it's a place in which someone could have seen something.
Some unnatural magic.
Oh, a key.
You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Are there any more questions about the curse?
Only a few questions.
No,
The
we're
woman
good.
looks aloof. Her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at
Okay. So that's what we had to go. I was gonna rip open the curtains if we couldn't get that to work, but I'm happy that we found a way.
Curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
I'm pleased we found a way that this doesn't cause the massive objections of their character.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
A small, terrified O escapes from placence as she tries her best to look away, a round face buried in her hands. In we go. Huh. Not as big as I thought it would be. This. Ghostly silhouettes of hairdryers. They do hairdressing in here. A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. That's very androgynous. I like it. Oh, these are...
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Unlock the door with the key.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Not putting Kim in harm's way, although he is willing, but we'll go first. A gym?
There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet.
That's a thing from earlier. For some glitch that's happened now. I have both shoes.
Like two baby crocodiles.
This these not look like normal cop
It's
shoes.
pretty clear a normal cop is not what you are.
How do they fit?
Good. They're balanced.
Good. Okay, so we've got some shoes. Right, so this is some kind of gym now? Sand is dripping from a punch bag. Poster says Citius Fortis. That's a thing. That's a significant thing. Not for this, but that's something that we'll come across again. I'm just sure of it. Oh, Kim wants to talk to me.
What is this place?
Looks like a gym for me. Oh, I think this may be Amitep's boxing club for young athletes.
I think you're right, though it looks like no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. We should find a flashlight if we want to go on. There should be one in my kinema.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Go get the flashlight.
The lieutenant nods.
Anything I can learn whilst I'm still here? Worn out wall bars, they look unsafe. Yeah, presumably... Oh, hello. Always blocked by old window panes and debris. It's like the remains of the 24-hour window repair shop. Kim wants to talk again.
It's dark.
Oh.
This would be a lot easier. I've got one in the kinemas too.
Some area.
Yep. Just wanted to see what I could see. Interesting. Yeah, Kim wants to tell me it's dark again. I know. I just want to see like who can potentially get in, who can see something, someone that could tell me something, because I see all around the body it seemed like there were all of these different directions to go that all sort of kind of overlook that area. It makes sense. I mean, I don't believe in this mythical concept of police work that people constantly talk about in TVs and films and stuff. But if such a thing did exist, then it would make sense that you start from the place that it happened and work your way around to try and build a complete picture. Alright, let's look in his car. Because there's a few things we need to do in his car.
Before you stands a motor carriage. The bodywork is covered in blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. It hasn't had time to cool off yet. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. The Caprice Kinema motor carriage. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Right. Before we
The
embarrass
metallic drawer
ourselves.
slides out from under the seat and clicks into place. The tools inside are neatly organized.
We need a torch.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
Need the flashlight?
It's robust, weatherproof, and well made. Police issue. Blue. Lets you see things in the dark you would otherwise miss.
A trivial success of perception. What would the fail for that look like? Oh, what this does. We don't need chain cutters right now, but I'm still gonna take them.
The handles are long and sleek. Snap, snap, go the cutters
shoulder.
in your hand.
And we don't need the pry bar, but I'm still gonna
The
take
pry
it.
bar feels nice and cold in your hand. Heavier than you'd think. Useful for opening all sorts of doors and lids.
Push in the pull-out
The
toolbox.
pull-out toolbox
Right.
slides back into its nest.
Now-
Preheater gauge casts a warm glow on the steering levers and the radio on its hook.
When I did test this game the first time I played it, I think I came down, I went to the car, I used the radio, and then I went to the corpse, and then they accused me of being a pedo, and I was like, I want to stop playing now. That's what happened the first time I ever played this game, but that was quite a while ago. So he's about to get very embarrassed is what's going to happen next, I can tell you that much, so that's why I wanted to take the toolbox first. Let's stick up the radio.
Tableau lights up, and the green button labeled Prime Line glows like a feline eye. And then you hear something. The soft purr of electrical kittens. Radio waves cast far and wide over the metropolis. A woman's voice greets you through the static.
That was before this game had voice as well, I think.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Hi, Alice. This is the officer from the 41st precinct speaking.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Let's talk to Sylvie first. Need you to connect me with a civilian, Sylvie. She may have reported a murder.
Of course. What is her number, officer?
Kim, didn't Garte give you Sylvie's number?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Wait patiently.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Damn it, I wish I'd done it
Quite
now.
a lot of time has passed.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Sylvie, I believe we met before. This is me, a detective from the Willing in Rags.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
You can hear resentment in her tone. She's not thrilled to be talking to you again.
Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
You know who made that call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
Okay, so whoever made the call used the Union phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
I should really let them say that instead of just saying word for word exactly what they're going to say.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on.
You quit your job at the Whirling? Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Why not?
Did you leave because of Gotti?
What? No, why would you even think that?
You don't have to be afraid of that. You gotta stand up for yourself.
Please, don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again.
I'm sorry, but we're gonna ask about it again.
You mean, why did I leave?
Why not?
Wait, aren't you comfortable discussing this?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
You away from whom?
You know whom.
Did you leave because of Guy?
What? No, why would you even think that?
He told me he asked you out. Are you saying it didn't happen?
Please, don't bring
Damn it!
I already said
I'm sure there's something. I'm just gonna keep pushing this. Away from whom?
You know whom.
Are you ever coming back to
Maybe,
work?
I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
He's ready to hang up. Empathy. Why does she seem angry with you? 97% chance. Let's go.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
Wait, before you go, you're mad at me, right? Tell me why. What did I do? I can't remember anything.
I'm not mad. It's just you were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit.
What skua thing?
The stuffed bird. The great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac.
Now that's interesting, because that kind of gives us an insight to like what his character was before he was drunk. Because they did say that the bird represents the discovering of the islands. So like, there's obviously going to be, you know, is this the same as if it was like an American eagle or some other, you know, is it because he's like, oh, I hate this place, or I hate imperialism, or like, it means something, I'm sure.
I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
Sounds like me, alright.
Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though.
So you're telling me I was the one who made you want to quit?
Yes, obviously. You were the worst client I'd ever
Oh no.
seen. And I had seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting, union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you...
Go on, I want to know what I did.
Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now.
What song was that?
We Go On by the O.O. I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
Sorry. Sorry about the song.
To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there.
Fuck's sake.
I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about being the most boring person alive and how everyone leaves you because you're just so boring.
It's weird though, because like, in a weird way, whatever this fucked up experiment was, it kind of worked. It just made him a blank slate so that he could figure out the murder. Which is how we got here. So like, he was onto something? I'm sorry.
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
Police documents?
The ones I had to wrench out of your toilet.
What happened to them?
Damn it, I don't remember what I did to your damn papers. I don't remember every little thing I do.
Resentment gives way to concern in her voice.
Especially when there's a hurricane loose. It's your fault for losing them, not mine.
Something in you wants to immediately forget about this, as if there was a reason you threw them away.
Okay, I get it. I wasn't a very good tenant.
No, you really worst.
So he tried to throw the documents away because they were hurting the case? His ability to do the case? He's personally connected somehow? Truly sorry for everything.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
When I spoke to Guy, it seemed like he thought you left because of him.
Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Guard. I really do.
And he crossed the line when he asked you out?
No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing. With the corpse and all that.
Yeah.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side. The telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. I should have told him maybe.
I can tell him.
Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something.
What else did I sing besides the ooh? I'm looking for a song for some reason.
All sorts of things. Some disco, rock too. So much disco and rock.
Maybe you can help me identify this one particular song.
Which one would that be?
One that was really sad.
Sad? I think the one you mean is the smallest church in San Sounds. Butchered that right up.
Her voice carries a note of disappointment.
Interesting. You still have to find it, however.
Right, thanks. I got loads of XP
a
from
sigh
that.
of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
I'm really curious what I actually do with XP. I'm sure we'll find out in a bit once I finish. I'm going to do this section. I'm going to look at XP, and I think that'll be the end of the stream. I'm enjoying myself quite a bit more than I thought it would. Not that I didn't think it would be enjoyable, but like once I kind of geared my head towards what this game is, it's very interesting. Yep, connect me to the 41st precinct. Let's do this.
Just a second, officer.
She puts you on hold, the static crackling softly like a bonfire. After a while, you hear an old man greet you from the radio. His rattly voice is oddly familiar.
10-2, 10-5. This is 41st. Come in. Over.
Very French.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn on his vest. In front of him is a box-shaped apparatus with an array of wires and antennas. The radio switchboard. The man uses relay code. You've got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4, Station 41. I've got urgent business, over.
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. What's your status? Over.
Just reporting in, over.
10-18, state your message, sir.
I need to report my badge missing.
10-9, over.
My badge, I can't find it anywhere. Basically, it's gone.
10-4, message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the captain. Over.
Is it him? What does he want?
A dry voice asks in the background. His name is Jean Vermeer, and he looks like he's Jean Valjean. No, not Jean Valjean. What's the other guy called? And I'm maybe fuck. I can't remember his name. The guy that chases the guy in Les Mis all the time. You know who I'm talking about. Is he? The guy. Jean-Claude Van Damme? No, not that guy. Whatever. Forget it.
Says he lost his badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge?
Say nothing.
Who lost his badge?
Oh, there's more people.
Dick fucking Mullen. Who do you think?
You call me Dick Mullen. Is that gonna be my name? I don't know my name.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
Says, fighting off his laughter.
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
That's interesting that authority jumped up. We've got, come on, operator, tell him to stop. This is serious. Haha, officer lost his badge. Haha, like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge. Can't we just move on? I want to get reported and be done with. I mean, let's engage it a little bit.
He
Haha.
says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh god damn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
Okay, can we move on? I just want it to get reported, done with.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
Oh, if I show up wearing a fucking Dick Mullen hat, they're gonna tear me to pieces.
What's going on?
Who's Mac Torson?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
He lost his what now? His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Can we stop saying lost his badge for a moment?
He asks you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
The room at the other end of the line erupts in volcanic laughter.
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
It's very funny because he's just literally saying what people are saying. But it makes it, because of the dryness of that, it makes it so much funnier.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's up.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it.
Can hear laughter in the background. And 5 other things to discuss.
10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
The animated conversation in the back is making it difficult for him to hear you.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun too.
The room roars with laughter.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Oh god, it's not here.
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Convinced me you didn't lose your gun. Let's give it a go.
Lying? Over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
No, of course I didn't lose my gun.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain.
Uh-oh.
Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
We're all glad to hear you've not lost your gun, officer. You need further assistance.
Yeah, because the worst thing would be if some thug had a badge that allowed them to do things. We would be such a dire straits if that ever happened. Speaking of dire straits, I am in dire need of financial assistance.
10-4, I hear you. I don't have the authority to grant your request, but...
What does he want now?
He's asking for money.
Is he fucking kidding?
I don't think he is.
Don't give that asshole anything. He's just gonna drink it all.
Right. That's a negative on the additional funds, sir. Over.
I'm begging you, I don't even have a place to sleep tonight.
He says he's in trouble. Doesn't have a place to sleep.
Well, I guess he'd better crack the case before sundown then.
Vigmar said...
Is it paramount to the investigation that you grant me more money?
He says it's important to the case.
He isn't getting a red cent. You can tell him that.
Request denied, sir. Over.
I don't want to be... Okay, no funds.
Anything else, sir? Over.
Fuck it, just tell them we've lost the gun. Listen, I've actually lost my gun too.
10-4, I know, I already wrote it in a report, but it will stay on my desk for a few days. Over.
Huh. How did you... It will stay on my desk for a few days. Huh? How did he find that out? Some personal details I'd like to discuss.
Okay, 10-4, sir. I hear you. Relay your question. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
I need information, not fear.
Be smart about this. Ask if he's there alone.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question.
Hold on, are you alone in the room? I need some confidential information about myself.
That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over.
Just wanted to know if you got my badge description right in the report. Could you read it to me, name, rank, date of birth?
What? What is it? He's still on the line?
He wants to verify the information on his badge.
But of course, it says Dick Mullen, High General of the Revacholian Cavalry Force.
Tell him to stop wasting time.
What do you need, sir? Over.
Please refer to me by my full name in the future.
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
Say my name.
Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
Just say my name, Jules.
What? What is it? What can he possibly still want from us?
He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Fine. I don't think we're gonna get any answers.
Understood, sir. Over.
Transmission completed. Over.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Can't be embarrassed any further. I got XP for owning up to the fact that I'd lost my gun though, which is interesting. I don't need to do anything else with the car, I don't think. Right. So we got some tools now. Can we cut the body down? What can I do with XP? So I've leveled up. Oh, okay. Oh, we've got 4 points to spend. Encyclopedia is fucking off the charts. Look at that, 8, amazing. What do we really need? There was something that seemed like it would be very helpful when combined with intellectual perception. I think we probably would want something like perception. I'm sure there was another one. Interfacing, no. Service 4 just seems to work anyway. Reaction speed. Perception. Yeah, I'm thinking perception, but I just want to take a little bit of a look around at the other stuff. Why is suggestion lower? Why is that lower than the other ones? Bonus from items -1. Okay. Yeah, we get level up perception. There we go. Can we level up again? Do not have enough skill points available. We should probably level up the endurance because otherwise. Oh, we can't do that. Okay, never mind. So we just had the 1 skill point. Okay. Is that it? Do we leave that then? Does that stay that way? Yeah, our perception's slightly better. Okay, the one last thing. I want to see if I can cut this body down. So we're going back to the just awful children, but again, I also get it. You know, where I used to, the first place I lived when I was like 6 or 7, plenty of sort of rough kids who had nothing to do. And I did spend a lot of being a teenager being a bit like that, so I kind of understand it. You know, I get it. If kids are being shit, there's a much wider story. But we do need to cut this body down, so... Can we use the chain cutters? Can I equip them? There we go. This work?
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath.
Look down.
A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in, even through your clenched nostrils.
Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up of his own. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
Alright, let's try not to throw up.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth. More instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within.
Try to walk away. No. No. Aw. Kim knew I was gonna throw up before I did. Ugh.
Too late.
Sorry about that.
It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst.
Oh, come on. That's...
Until
I mean, that's what
fluid
it's
vomit
like.
rises to your feet,
But...
And your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Fucking corpse.
Keep it.
Lieutenant hands you a blue checkered handkerchief. Oh.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Where will we get ammonia
There's
from?
freight nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't...
Points to the greenhouse.
There's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Pretty clever.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Oh, okay, so the corpse smells so bad I can't even interact with it. Right, let's save the game. It's, after throwing up, I think that it was great. Can I name the save? Doesn't look like I actually can. Here we go. We're saving. Back to the main menu with us. Yeah, what a interesting game. I really want to see it through to the end, which is not really something I've done with any games that I've done here before. I think it would be nice to see where it goes, because I imagine once you get into it, it'll be very hard to put it down. I just wanted to have a space of time where I could essentially clear my whole schedule and you know, play it through, because it's clearly, hang on, oops, it's clearly a game that like deserves the time to see where it goes, right? People have said it's, you know, it's like I think Drea said it was like a book in the best sense of the phrase, like more than any game that they'd played. Although they also said that about Pentiment as well. And, you know, I thought about streaming Pentiment, but after watching Drea play it, I can't get out of my mind that that's like Drea's game now. And there's so many like scheduling what game I want to play, because I'm always so excited to show people new games or old games, or like, you know, I always want to show people stuff, but there's so much to do. There's only so much time in the day, honestly, and it's fucking 9 o'clock, which is way later than I'm meant to go. I'm trying to do 4 hours for this thing, and I think as we work into GTA days, which will be good days, they're very exciting. Get excited about the future of RP, because we'll certainly be able to get something out of it. And if we can't, then I'll just make my own roleplay server, which that's probably much down. Have you seen the first Last of Us episode? No, I do. I'm interested in it. Is it good? It's certainly got lots of prospective awards and stuff, and I love anything with what's his face in it, the Mandalorian guy. Fuck. I have this problem. I can't remember any celebrities' names, even the people I love. That, you know, that guy. I think he's a really good actor, and he seems like he's quite a nice person as well. So I'm excited to see. Let's see who's on for rating. I think Pedro Pascal. Thank you so much, JCR Joe. Yes, Pedro Pascal. I liked him in Game of Thrones. I don't think it was his best work, but that's his favorite. I thought he's so good in The Mandalorian. It's just a good every way he says everything. Like everything he says is like you could cut that out and take that as a soundbite. And he's not hiding his accent or anything like that, which a lot of actors, particularly Hispanic actors, are made to do. He's being himself quite honestly, so you get good performances out of that. So I love him very much. And also, it seems like maybe he's the reason why the transphobic lady got fired from The Mandalorian, which is good. Right, who's on? There's a lot of the same sort of people. Raid this person. Could raid them. I want to try and... I don't know. I think we'll just raid Gamer Fiend. I think thanks to the stream, knew nothing about the game, and having a heart attack because you were feeling delicate and lights were too bright was very funny. Been chuckling all evening. Yeah, it's great. I think they knew what they were doing when they put that bit so early in the game, because it's a little bit of a tutorial, but also like, you know, just something to engage you. There's a lot of funny moments in the game, I think, and I'm looking forward to getting through all of it. I think I'll also probably download the VODs for this. I don't know why. There's something, as we move into what I'm calling Stream 2.0, there's a part of me that feels like maybe some of this stuff's good enough to keep. I don't know. We'll see. Gosh, my hair's not as nice as it was when we had this lovely thing going on at the beginning, and it looks a bit too disheveled now. We're gonna go over to Gamer Fiend, who as a what would I call him, a medium-sized streamer. I think he's very down to earth and has a lot of very good opinions, and I wish him all the success. So it's good to raid him and spend some time there. He's very nice, and his partner's very nice too. His friend's very nice. He's just a nice person. I think raiding people because they're nice is a good idea. You know, build this community. I probably won't stream on Wednesday unless I can't help myself. I think officially the next stream will be Thursday. We'll do some more of this, and then Friday, and then probably Monday, unless I want to do something Sunday. We might do something in between. I'm going to try and put streams in. I'm also trying not to push myself too hard, because I was doing that a lot in December. So I will see you on Thursday. Goodbye, everybody.